In heaven the Lord calls together his heavenly hosts and Mephistopheles, the great archangels Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael.
The chanting sun, as ever, rivals the chanting of his brother spheres, and marches round his destined circuit, a march that thunders in our ears. His aspect cheers the hosts of heaven, though what his essence none can say. These inconceivable creations keep the high state of their first day.
And swift, with inconceivable swiftness, the earth's full splendor rolls around, celestial radiance alternating with a dread night, too deep to sound. The sea against the rock's deep bases comes foaming up in far-flung force, and rock and sea go whirling onward in the swift sphere's eternal course.
And storms in rivalry are raging from sea to land, from land to sea. In frenzy forge the world a girdle from which no inmost part is free. The blight of lightning flaming yonder marks where the thunderbolt will play. And yet thine envoys, Lord, revere the gentle movement of thy day.
Since you, O Lord, once more approach and ask how things are going in the nether sphere, and in the past you've usually welcomed me, that is why you find me also here. Excuse me, I can't manage lofty words, not though your whole court jeer and find me low. My pathos certainly would make you laugh, had you not left off laughing long ago. Your suns and worlds mean nothing much to me. How men torment themselves, that's all I see. The little gods of the world, one can't reshade him. He's as strange today as that first day you made him. His life would not be quite so bad, not quite, had you not granted him a gleam of heaven's light. He calls it reason, uses it not the least, except to be more beastly than any beast. He seems to me, if your honour does not mind, like a grasshopper, the long-legged kind, that's always in flight and leaps as it flies along, and then in the grass strikes up its same old song. I only wish he'd confine himself to the grass. He thrusts his nose into every filth, alas.
Mephistopheles, have you no other news? Do you always come here to accuse? Is nothing ever right in your eyes on earth?
No, Lord. I find things there as downright bad as ever. I am sorry for men's days of dread and dearth. Poor things, my wish to plague 'em isn't fervent.
Do you know Faust?
The doctor?
Yes, my servant.
Indeed, he serves you rather oddly then, I think. The fool has no earthly habits in meat and drink. The ferment in him drives him wide and far. That he is mad, he too has almost guessed. He demands of heaven each fairest star, and of earth each highest joy and best, and all that is new and all that is far can bring no calm to the deep sea swell of his breast.
Now he may serve me only gropingly, Soon I shall lead him into the light. The gardener knows when the sapling first turns green, the flowers and fruit will make the future bright.
What do you wager? You will lose him yet, provided you give me permission to steer him gently the course I set.
So long as he walks the earth alive, so long you may try what enters your head. Men make mistakes as long as they strive.
I thank you for that. As regards the dead have never taken my fancy. I favour cheeks that are full and rosy red. No corpse is welcome to my house. I work as the cat does with the mouse.
Very well, you have my full permission. Divert this soul from its primal source and carry it, if you can seize it, down with you upon your course. And stand ashamed when you finally must admit a good man with his groping intuitions still knows the path that is true and fit.
All right, but it won't last for long. I'm not afraid my bet will turn out wrong, and if my aim prove true and strong, allow me to triumph wholeheartedly. Dust shall he eat, and greedily, like my cousin, the snake, renowned in tale and song.
That, too, you are free to give a trial. I've never hated the likes of you. Of all the spirits of denial, the joker is the last that I eschew. Man finds relaxation too attractive, too fond, too soon of unconditional rest, which is why I'm pleased to give him a companion who lures and thrusts and must, as devil, be active. But you, true sons of heaven, it is your duty to take your joy in the living wealth of beauty. The changing essence, which ever works and lives, wall you around with love, serene, secure. And that which floats in flickering appearance, fix it firm in thoughts that must endure.
I like to see the old one now and then and try to keep relations on the level. It's really decent of so great a person to talk so amiably, even to the devil.
Here stand I, with philosophy behind me, and law and medicine too, and to my cost, theology. All these I have sweated through and through, and now you see me a poor fool, no wiser than when I started school. They call me master, and they call me doctor. 10 years now I have dragged my college along by the nose through the ifs and buts of learning, to and fro and round, and this is all that I have found, the impossibility of knowledge. 'Tis this that burns away my heart. Of course, I am cleverer than the quacks, than master and doctor, than clerk and priest. I have no delusion or doubt in the least. I fear neither Satan nor hellfire burning, which is just why all joy is torn from me. I cannot presume to make use of my learning. I cannot presume to open my mind, to proselytize and improve mankind. Besides, I have neither goods nor gold, neither reputation nor rank in the world. No dog would choose to continue so, which is why I have given myself to magic, to see if the supernatural can help me to know, through its force and its voice, secrets and tricks, and save me the meaningless rot I poured out in talking of what I knew nothing about, and help me to learn what it is that girds the world together in its inmost being, so that seeing how it functions, seeing it tick, I'll have no further use for words. Oh, why am I stuck in this jail, this God-forsaken hole in the wall, where even the lovely light of heaven breaks wanly through the painted panes, cooped up among these heaps of books, gnawed by worms coated with dust, round which to the top of the Gothic vault smoke-stained documents form a crust. Phials and beakers lie pell-mell and pyramids of instruments, the junk of centuries, useless tat. Your world, man. World? Can you call it that? And yet you ask why your poor heart cramped in your chest should feel such fear, why an unspecified misery should throw your life so out of gear. Instead of the living, natural world for which God made all men his sons, you hold a reeking, mouldering court among assorted skeletons. Break free! There is a world outside, and this one book of mystic art which Nostradamus wrote himself. Is this not adequate guard and guide? By this you can tell the course of the stars. By this, once nature gives the word, the soul begins to stir and wake, a spirit by a spirit heard. In vain your barren studies here construe the signs of sanctity. You spirits, you are hovering near. If you can hear me, answer me. In this book, what do I see? The sign of the macrocosm revealed to me. What a river of wonder at this vision bursts upon all my senses in one flood. I feel young. The holy joy of life glows new, flows fresh through nerve and blood. Was it a god designed this hieroglyph to calm the storm which just now raged in me? To pour upon my heart such balm, and by some secret urge to guide me where all the powers of nature stand unveiled around me? Am I a god? The room's so light, and through the clear-cut symbol on this page, my soul comes face to face with all creating nature. Last I understand the dictum of the sage. The spiritual world is always open. Your mind is closed. Your heart is dead. Rise, young man, and plunge undaunted your earthly breast in the morning red. Infinite nature, where can I tap your veins? Where are your breasts? Those well springs of all life on which hang heaven and earth, towards which my dry mouth strains. They well up. They give drink. But I feel drought and dearth. How differently this new sign acts on me. Your power, spirit of the earth, your sign has so much more effect on me. At once I feel my powers unfurled, and once I glow as from new wine, and feel inspired to venture into the world, to cope with the fortunes of life, benign or malign, to enter the ring with the storm, to grapple and clinch, to enter the jaws of the shipwreck and never flinch. Oh, mist comes over me. The moon muffles its light. The lamp goes dark. The air grows damp. Red beams flash around my head. I feel a kind of shudder blow from the vault which terrifies me. It must be you hovering around me, answering my prayers. Spirit, unveil yourself, even if you bring my death.
Who summons me?
Appalling vision!
You have often hoped I would appear. At last, by brute force, you have drawn me here. And now...
No, I'm too afraid.
Your fervent prayers and your insistent calling made me show my face and let you hear my voice. Now I am here. What a pitiable shivering seizes the Superman. Where is the power of your soul? Where's the heart which created a world in itself and carried and fostered it swelling up, joyfully quivering, raising itself to a level with us, the spirits? Where are you, Faust, whose voice rang out to me, who with every nerve so forced yourself upon me? Are you a creature which at a whiff of my breath trembles throughout its living frame, a poor worm crawling off askance askew?
Shall I give in to you, you shape of flame? I am Faust. I can hold my own with you.
In the floods of life, in the storm of work, in ebb and flow, in warp and weft, cradle and grave, an eternal sea, a changing patchwork, a glowing life, at the whirring loom of time I weave the living clothes of the deity.
You wander the whole world from end to end, busy spirit, how close we two should be.
You're like the forces you can comprehend, not me!
Not you. Who then? I who am Godhead's image. Am I not even like you? Damn! I know who it is. My assistant, destroying my hope and happiness. The crawling pedant has to kill my visions with his ordinariness.
Excuse me, but I heard your voice declaiming. A passage doubtless from those old Greek plays. That is an art from which I would gladly profit. It has its advantages nowadays. And I've often heard folks say it's true. A preacher can learn something from an actor.
Yes, when the preacher is an actor too, if not a downright malefactor.
But when your studies take up your whole existence, and you've scarcely ever seen the world relax, even through a spyglass from a safe distance, how can experience teach you more than facts?
Unless you have feeling, you're never whole. Unless it thrusts up from your soul, winning the hearts of all your audience with a primal joy beyond control. Sit there forever with scissors and paste. Gather men's leavings for a rehash and blow up a little paltry flicker out of your own little heap of ash.
However, delivery is what counts, I know. And in that regard, I've still got far to go.
Yes, your so glittering purple patches in which you make cats' cradles of humanity are like the foggy wind which whispers in the autumn through barren leaves, a fruitless vanity.
Oh, God, we know that art is long and life is short. How hard it is to find the route by which to climb to the fountainhead. Before a poor devil can reach the halfway mark, like as not he's dead.
So is your manuscript your holy well, one draught of which forever quenches thirst? You won't have taken true refreshment unless you can tap your own soul first.
But the world counts too. The heart and spirit of men. We need to understand each other all the same.
What is known as understanding. But who dare call this child by his real name? The few who have known anything about it, whose hearts unwisely overflowed and spoke, who showed the mob their feelings and their visions, have ended on the cross or at the stake. My friend, I'm sorry, the night is now far gone. Can we finish our talk on another occasion?
I'd have been quite happy to go on and on with such a very instructive conversation. Tomorrow, however, as it is Easter Day, I shall put to you some further questions, if I may. Having given myself to knowledge, heart and soul, I have a good share of it. But now I want the whole.
To think that a human presence could intrude where the supernatural just now engulfed me. And yet, my God, you poorest of all the sons of earth, this time you have earned my gratitude. For you have snatched me away from that despair which was almost ready to destroy my mind. Beside that gigantic vision, I could not find my normal self. Only a dwarf was there. Upon the highest concepts of the mind, there grows an alien and more alien mould. When we have reached what in this world is good, that which is better is labelled a fraud, a blind. What gave us life, feelings of the highest worth, go dead amidst the madding crowds of earth. I am not like the gods. That I too deeply feel. No. I am like the worm that burrows through the dust, which, as it keeps itself alive in the dust, is crushed and buried by some casual heel. Is it not dust that on 1,000 shelves narrows this high wall around me? The junk that with its thousandfold tawdriness gives refuge to the moths which surround me. Shall I find here what I require? Read maybe in 1,000 books how men have in the general run tortured themselves and been only happy now and then. Why do you grin at me, you hollow skull, to point out that your brain was once like mine, confused, and looked for the easy day, but in the difficult dusk, lusting for truth, was led astray and abused? You, ancient gear that I never used, it is only because my father used you that I keep you still. You, ancient scroll, you have been turning black since the dim lamp first smoked here on the desk and stained you. The thing that you fail to use is as a load of lead. The moment can only use what the moment itself has bred. Why do my eyes keep looking at that spot? Is that little bottle a magnet to my sight? Why do I suddenly feel this lovely illumination, as when the moon flows around us in a dark wood at night? Bottle. Unique little bottle, I salute you as I now carefully lift you down. In you, I honor human invention and human skill. You, the quintessence of all sweet narcotics, the extract of all rare and deadly powers. I am your master. Show me your goodwill. I look at you, my pain is mitigated. I hold you, and my struggles are abated. The flood tide of my spirit ebbs away, away. The mirroring waters glitter at my feet. I am transported off to the high seas and lured towards new shores by a new day. Oh, this high life, this heavenly rapture. Do you merit this? You, a moment ago, a worm, merit it? Yes. Only turn your back on the sun which enchants the earth. Turn your back and be firm. Be brave enough to take this step, though you should fall beyond it into nothing. Nothing at all. And you loving cup of shining crystal. I have not given a thought to you for years. Down you come now, out of your ancient chest. Here is a juice that makes one drunk in a wink. It fills you full, you cup with its brown flood. It was I who made this, I who had it drawn. So let my whole soul now make my last drink a final, rousing greeting, a toast to the dawn. A deep thunder, a deafening ringing tone, pulls back the cup from my lips. And with such power, are you so soon announcing, you deep bells, Easter Day's festive hour? You heavenly music, strong as you are kind, why do you search me out in the dust? Better ring out where men have open hearts. I hear your message, it's my faith that lags behind. And miracle is the favourite child of faith. Those spheres whence peals the gospel of forgiving, those are beyond what I can dare. And yet, so used I am from childhood to this sound, it even now summons me back to the living. This hymn announced the lively games of youth, the lovely freedom of spring's own festival. Now, with its childlike feelings, memory holds me back from the last and gravest step of all. Keep ringing out, you innocent songs of heaven. My tears well up. I belong to the earth again.
God, those girls are well set up, showing all they've got in their Sunday get-up. I know what's on my agenda for today. A pint, a pipe, and a roll in the hay.
Just look at that! Two delicious men slumming it with the likes of them. They could have taken us in tow. Instead, they choose the lowest of the low.
You pretty girls and handsome boys, so fresh of face and smart of dress, take your pleasures, have your joys, but think of me in my distress. Don't let me bask to you in vain, giving is a pleasure too. Let my advantage be your gain. Let me rejoice along with you.
There's nothing nicer on a Sunday or a holiday than a good natter about war and devastation somewhere far away, like Turkey, say, where nation belts the daylights out of nation. You stand at the window and drink your glass of beer, watching the brightly coloured ships sail out of sight, and come the evening, go home in the best of cheer, thanking your lucky stars for peace and quiet.
You're right there, neighbour. I quite agree. They can carve each other up for all I care, turn the old world topsy-turvy. But here at home, let's keep things as they are. That's what I...
Look how smart they are, pretty young things. Any man who sees you should adore you. Just let me show you what the future brings. Tell me your wish and I can get it for you.
Come on, Agatha, we'd better leave. They shouldn't allow these witches in a public place. Though I did ask her on St. Andrew's Eve to show me my future sweetheart's face.
Oh, yes. She showed me mine in that crystal thing. A soldier with heroic-looking types behind him. But I'm still no nearer an engagement ring. I look all over, but I never find him.
Trumpets are calling, women are crying, their tears are falling as we are dying. Life is a storming, sorrow and splendour, virgins and castles have to surrender. Brave is our army, generous our pay. Kiss us goodbye as we march on our way.
River and brook are freed from ice by the lovely enlivening glance of spring, and hope grows green throughout the dale. Ancient winter weakening has fallen back on the rugged mountains. Turn round and look back from the hill, towards the town. Look, from the gate you can see them streaming out, a harlequin-coloured crowd en fête, sunning themselves with one accord in homage to the risen Lord. For today they think they too have risen, out of the dismal room in the slum, out of each shop, factory, prison, out of the stuffiness of the garret, out of the squash of the narrow streets, out of the church's solemn night. Everyone has been lifted into the light. Already I hear the hum of the village. Here is the plain man's real heaven, great and small in a riot of fun. Here I'm a man, and dare be one.
Doctor, having a walk with you is a lesson and a privilege for me. But I wouldn't like to lose my way round here. I really do detest vulgarity. This fiddling, screaming, skittle-playing are sounds I loathe beyond all measure. They run amok as if the devil were in them, and call it music, even pleasure.
Doctor, it's most good of you not to look down on us today, to forget what a learned man you are and join us on our holiday. So take this very special mug, which we filled for you from the jug, and let me make you a special toast, that it does much more than quench your thirst. As many drops as the mug can give, so many days extra may you live.
Thank you for this refreshing beer. And now, good health to all men here.
Good health indeed. I must say, Doctor, you've done right to come here today when everyone is glad, seeing how in times past you proved our very good friend when things were bad. Many a man here is still alive whom your father found in the grip of a raging fever, and though given up for dead, was cured by him of the plague. You too, you were a youngster then. Where any was ill, you went your round. Right many a corpse left home feet first, but you came out of it safe and sound from many a grueling trial. Aye, the helper got help from the helper on high.
Health to the trusty man, we pray. He may live to help us many a day.
Kneel to the Lord. He is our friend. Trust in the help that he can send.
You great man, you must feel so proud to be so honoured by the crowd. And the fiddlers and the dancers pause, and as you pass they stand in rows, and caps go hurtling into the sky. They almost kneel to you as though the Eucharist were passing by.
Only a few steps more up to that stone. Here, after our walk, let's take a rest. Here have I often sat, thoughtful, alone, torturing myself with prayer and fast, rich in hope and firm in faith, with tears and sighs and curses too, presuming I could annihilate the plague and tell the Lord of Heaven what to do. Now the crowd's applause sounds to me like derision. If only you could read in my inmost heart how little father and son merited their great reputation. My father was a well-meaning man who worked in the dark, who in good faith but with a strange obsession brooded on nature's deepest mysteries and studied the plague's case histories. He herded fellow charlatans into the kitchen, and locked inside its black walls would by degrees concoct the most repulsive recipes. This was our medicine. Most patients died, and rarely, if ever, survived. Thus we, with our hellish powders, raged more perniciously than the plague throughout this district, valley, and town.
How can you let that weigh so heavily? Does not a good man do enough if he works at the art that he has received conscientiously and scrupulously? As a young man, you honour your father. What he taught you, you accept with goodwill. That way you widen the range of knowledge, and your son's range may be wider still.
I envy the man who, swamped in this sea of error, still hopes to struggle up through the watery wall. What we don't know is precisely what we need, and what we do know fulfills no need at all. But let us not with such sad thoughts undo the good this little walk has done. Look how the cottages on the green shine in the glow of the evening sun. Backs away, gives ground. The day is over. It hurries off to foster life elsewhere. I wish I could follow it. Follow its trail forever. Only I had wings to raise me into the air. Then I should see in an everlasting sunset the quiet world under my feet unfold, all of its peaks on fire, all of its valleys serene, and the silver brook dispersed in streams of gold. A beautiful dream. Yet the sun leaves me behind. Sadly, it is not so easy for earthly wings to fly on level terms with the wings of the mind.
I myself have often had moments of impulsiveness, but I never yet experienced an urge like this. Woods and fields need only a quick look, and I shall never envy the bird its pinions. How differently the joys of the mind's dominions draw us from page to page, from book to book.
You are only conscious of one impulse in you. Never seek to know the other. My body, I'm afraid, contains two souls, both pulling me towards their opposite poles. The one, like a rough lover, clings to the world with the tentacles of its senses. The other lifts itself to Elysian fields out of the mist on powerful wings. Oh, if there are magic forces in the air, princes that weave their way between heaven and earth, come down to me from the golden atmosphere and carry me off to a new, exciting life.
Do not invoke the notorious host deployed in streams upon the wind, preparing danger in 1,000 forms from every quarter for mankind. They're glad to listen, adepts at doing harm, glad to obey and so throw dust in our eyes. They make believe that they are sent from heaven, and lisp like angels, telling lies. But let's go back now. The world has already gone grey. The air is beginning to cool, and the mist to fall. It's in the evening that one really values home. Why do you look so astonished, standing there staring that way? What's there to see in the dusk that's worth the trouble?
That black dog, can't you see him trotting through the corn and stubble?
I noticed it long ago. It struck me as nothing special.
Have a good look at the brute. What do you make of him?
It's just a dog, which, like any well-trained animal, is trailing its master, worrying out the scent.
Haven't you noticed how, encircling around us, he's getting nearer, as if by deliberate intent? Unless I'm wrong, a running fire eddies behind him in his wake.
I can see nothing but a black dog. It must be your eyes have caused this mistake.
It seems to me he is coiling a noose of magic around our feet as a snare.
I see it jumping round us, uncertainly, timidly, finding instead of its master 2 strangers there.
Circle narrows, now he is near.
It's just a dog, you see, no phantoms here. It growls and hesitates, grovels on the green and wags its tail. Pure dog routine.
Heel, boy. Heel. Good dog. Good dog. I think you're right. cannot find a trace of the spirit. It's all a matter of training. Now I've returned from field and meadow, which night has laid in a deep bed. Night that wakes our better soul with a holy and foreboding dread. Now wild desires are calmed by sleep, all the hectic movements that we make. The love of man runs very deep, now the love of God begins to wake. Lie down beside the stove and rest. Here's a cushion. It's my best. Out of doors on the mountain paths you kept us amused by running riot, but as my protégé at home, you'll only be welcome if you're quiet. Ah, when in our narrow cell the lamp once more imparts good cheer, then in our bosom, in the heart that knows itself, then things grow clear. Reason once more begins to speak, and the blooms of hope once more to spread. One hankers for the brooks of life. Ah, and for life's fountainhead. Now stop your growls. That animal sound is not in tune with the holy music by which my soul is girdled round. We are used to human beings who jeer at what they do not understand, who grouse at the good and the beautiful, which often causes them much ado. But must a dog snarl at it too? Oh, God, already, for all my good intentions, I feel contentment ebbing away inside. Why must my stream so soon run dry, and we be left once more unsatisfied? I've felt this sense of loss so often, yet it has its compensation. We learn to prize the supernatural, and hanker after revelation, which comes to us most radiant and magnificent from the pages of the New Testament. I feel the need to open the master text, and this once, with true dedication, take the sacred original and make in my mother tongue my own translation. It is written, "In the beginning was the Word." Here I am stuck at once. Who will help me on? I am unable to grant the word such merit. I must translate it differently to understand its underlying spirit. I have written, "In the beginning was the mind." Why should my pen score that out too? Think about that word. Is it the mind that effects and creates the world? Oh, it should read, "In the beginning was the power." Yet the moment I write the new word in, something warns me I must change it again. Only one word can give me satisfaction, and so I write, "In the beginning was action." Dog, if you intend to share this room with me, stop your baying and your barking right now. I can't have such a creature staying near me making such a row. One of us or the other will have to leave the room, and soon. I don't really like to throw you out, but the door is open. You may go.
Within there is one of us.
What is it? What could it be? Can this really happen, naturally?
Like a fox in a snare, an old hell-cat's trembling there.
Is it real or my imagination? The dog's going through a transformation. He's raising himself up threateningly. That is not a dog's anatomy.
To starboard and port. He's out of the snare.
What spectre have I brought to my house? He already looks the size of a horse with fiery eyes and frightful jaws. Aha! But I can give you pause for such a hybrid out of hell. Solomon's Key is a good spell.
For often to eternity, helped our fraternity.
First, to confront the beast, let the spell of the Four be released. Salamander shall glow. Undine shall coil. Sylph shall vanish. And gnome shall toil. One without sense of the elements of their force and proper course, the spirits would never acknowledge him master. Vanish in flames, salamander! Commingle in babble of streams, Undine! Shine, meteor-like and bright, Sylph! Protect us at night, Incubus! Incubus! Step out of him and appear to us! None of the four is the creature's core. Lies quite quiet and grins at me. I have not yet done him injury. To exorcise you, I'll have to chastise you. Are you, rapscallion, a displaced devil? This sign can level each dark battalion. Look at this sign! Swells up already with bristling spine. You outcast, this will scare you. Read this name, I dare you. The unbegotten son, unpronounceable, scattered through paradise, heinously wounded one. Behind the stove, bound by my spells. Look, like an elephant it swells, filling up all the space and more. It threatens to melt away in mist. Down from the ceiling, down before, down at your master's feet. Do not resist. See, I have not proved a liar. I can burn you up with holy fire. Do not wait for the triply glowing light. Do not wait for my strongest brand of necromancy!
What a noisy welcome. Well, sir, what do you fancy?
So that is what the black dog had inside him. A young man in his Sunday best. That's quite a laugh.
My compliments to the amateur magician. You have put me in a sweat, not half.
What is your name?
The question strikes me as petty for one who holds the word in such low repute, who, far withdrawn from all mere surface, aims only at the essential root.
Come on now, who are you?
A part of that power which always wills evil, but ends up doing good.
What do you mean by this paradox?
I am the spirit which always negates, and rightly so. Anything that starts as something deserves to be reduced to nothing. It would be better if nothing began at all. Thus everything that you call sin, destruction, evil, in short, is my own element, my sport.
You call yourself a part, yet you stand before me whole.
Well, this is the unassuming truth. Whereas mankind, that little world of fools, commonly takes itself for a whole, I am a part of the part which in the beginning was all. A part of the darkness which gave birth to light, to that haughty light which is struggling now to usurp the ancient rank and realm of its mother, night, and yet has no success, try as it might, because the confines of the body hold it tight.
Ah, now I understand your noble fight. You cannot destroy on a large scale, so you're trying it on a small.
And, candidly, not getting far at all. That which stands over against the nothing, the something, I mean this awkward world, for all my endeavours up to date, I've consistently failed to flatten it. With waves, with storms, with earthquakes, fire, sea and land insist on staying put. As for those damned nuisances, animals and men, there's no coming to grips with them. I've already buried heaps of them, and always new life, fresh blood circulates again, and so it goes on. It's enough to drive you crazy.
You curious son of chaos. Why not turn your hand to something else?
We will give it our serious attention, but more on that subject by and by. We two, I hope, will be the best of friends. to chase those migraines of yours away, I've dressed up like a young noble today in a suit of scarlet trimmed with gold and a little cape of stiff brocade with a cock's feather in my hat, and at my side a long, sharp blade. And the most succinct advice I can give is that you dress up just like me so that uninhibited and free you can find out what it means to live.
This narrow life makes me so depressed. I think I'd feel it however I was dressed. I am too old for mere amusement, too young to be without desire. I wake in the morning only to feel appalled. I almost weep from sheer misery to know the day will run its course and not fulfill a single wish for me. And when nightfall comes, I feel again the same anguish as I stretch out on my bed. I cannot find contentment even then, for wild dreams fill my mind with dread. And so existence weighs so heavy on my chest, I long for death. And life I detest.
Yet death is never a wholly welcome guest.
Oh, I envy the man who, in gaining victory, dies a glorious death in the battle's swirl. Or a man who, after a wild and frenzied dance, collapses dead in the arms of a girl.
Yet I know someone who failed to drink a brown juice on a certain night.
Your hobby is espionage, is it not?
Oh, I'm not omniscient, but I know a lot.
Although the turmoil in my soul was calmed by those familiar chimes which beguiled the child in me with echoes of more happy times, I now curse all things that mislead the soul with lures and jugglery, and chain it in this dungeon of grief with trickery and flattery. I curse the crass pomposity which stops us showing what we feel. I curse seductive superficiality which makes ourselves seem unreal. I curse the lying dreams of glory, the illusion that our name survives. I curse the flattering things we own, servants and ploughs, children and wives. I curse Mammon when with his treasures he tries to make us lose our head, or when for our luxurious pleasures he offers us too soft a bed. A curse on the soothing drug of wine, a curse on the love that rides for a fall, a curse on hope, a curse on faith, a curse on patience most of all.
Faust, you have destroyed the beautiful world.
Half God has smashed it asunder.
From under, we bear off the rubble to nowhere, and ponder sadly the beauty departed.
Magnipotent one among men.
Magnificent, build it again.
Build it again in your breast.
Let a new course of life begin.
With vision unbounding.
And new songs resounding to welcome it in.
These are the juniors of my faction. Hear how precociously they counsel pleasure and action, out and away from your lonely day, which dries your senses and your juices, their melody seduces. Stop playing with your grief, which battens like a vulture on your life, your mind. The worst of company would make you feel that you were a man among mankind. Not that it's really my proposition to shove you among the common herd, and though I'm not a prince of the blood, if you would like to throw your lot in with me for your remaining days, I'm very happy to fit in. I'm yours before you can say Satan. I am your companion, and if you ask, I'm your servant, your slave, whatever the task.
And what do I have to do in return?
Oh, it's early days to discuss what that is.
No, the devil is an egoist and willing to do nothing gratis which could benefit a stranger. Tell me your terms and don't prevaricate. A servant like you in the house is a danger.
I will contract myself to your service in this world, to follow your orders and never rest nor slack. And when we meet again on the other side, in the same coin, you shall pay me back.
The other side gives me little trouble. First batter this present world to rubble, and from its ruins may a better rise. This earth is where my springs of joy have started, and this sun shines on me when broken-hearted. Once my worries have departed, I'm game for any enterprise.
With such an outlook, you can risk it. sign on the line. In the next few days, you will get ravishing samples of my arts. I'm giving you what man never saw yet.
Poor devil, can you give anything ever? Was a human spirit in its high endeavour even once understood by one of your breed? Have you got food which fails to feed? Or red gold which never at rest like mercury runs through the hands? A game at which one never wins? A girl who, even when on my breast, pledges herself to my neighbour with her eyes, the divine and lovely delight of honour, which falls like a falling star and dies. Show me the fruits which, before they are picked, decay, and the trees which day after day renew their green.
Such a commission doesn't alarm me. I have such treasures to purvey. But remember, my friend, the time is near when we should be glad to feast at leisure on something good.
If ever I stretch myself on a bed of ease, then I am finished. Is that understood? If ever your flatteries can coax me to be pleased with myself, if ever you cast a spell of pleasure that can hoax me, then let that day be my last. That's my wager.
Done.
Let's shake. If ever I say to the passing minute, stand still, you're so exquisite, then you may lock me up in chains. I'll gladly perish there and then.
Think what you're saying. We shall not forget it.
And you are fully within your rights. I have made no mad or outrageous claim. If I stay as I am, I'm still a slave. Whether yours or another, it's all the same.
Before the day is out here in the university, I'll enter your service with no more ado. But just one point, as a life and death surety. I must trouble you for a line or two.
I see, you pedant, you too like things in writing. Have you never known a man or a man's word? Never? Is it not enough that my word of mouth mortgages all my life forever?
Why are you complaining with such indignant rhetoric? A phrase or two will do the trick, and you sign it with one little drop of blood.
If that's enough, what is there to lose? I may as well do it if it does any good.
Blood is a very special juice.
Only don't be afraid I shall break this contract. What I promise is nothing more than what all my powers are striving for. I have puffed myself up too much. It is only your sort that can really help me out. The great earth spirit has despised me. Nature shuts the door and locks me out. The thread of thought is snapped in two. For a long time now I have detested learning. Now I want to follow you. With lusts aroused and passions burning, together let us wander through the darkest depths of sorcery. Let us cast ourselves into the torrent of time, into the whirl of eventfulness, where disappointment and success, pleasure and pain may chop and change as chop and change they will and can. It is restless action makes the man. My mind, now cured of its appetite for facts, is from now on open to all attacks of suffering a human soul can find, and wants to experience the pain of all mankind.
Oh, believe me, who have been chewing these iron rations for many millennia. No human being can digest all that and still come back for more. This universe, believe a devil, was made for no one but a god. He exists in eternal light. We have control of the outer darkness, while you must make do with day and night.
I'll do it all the same.
That's very nice. There's only one thing I find wrong. Time is short, art is long. You could do with a little artistic advice.
What am I, then, if having got this far, fate denies me that crown of humanity for which all my senses yearn?
You are, in the end, what you are. You can put on full-bottomed wigs with 1,000,000 locks. You can put on stilts instead of your socks. You remain forever what you are.
I feel my endeavours have not been worth a pin when I rake together the treasures of the human mind, if in the end I merely sit down to find no new force welling up within. I've not gained an inch of stature by it. I am no nearer the infinite.
But, my dear chap, you look at things just as ordinary people do. We must be cleverer than that, or the joys of life will bypass you. Hell, surely You have 2 hands and feet and a head and a normal you-know-what, so why not take your pleasures neat? Are they less fun? Of course they're not.
How do we start?
We just say off, and off we go. So when you're ready, let me know. Once look down on knowledge and reason, the highest gifts that humans prize. Once allow the spirit of lies to confirm you in magic and illusion. And then I have you body and soul. I'll drag Faust through the wilds of life and through the wastes of meaninglessness. I shall make him flounder and gape and grip, and to tease his insatiableness, hang meat and drink in the air before his watering lips. In vain he will pray to slake his inner thirst, and even had he not sold himself to the devil, he would be equally accursed.
Well now, where are we going?
Wherever you please.
But look at me, greying beard and hair and not a glimmer of a social touch. This scheme can't get us anywhere. Out in the world, I never could fit in much.
My friend, no need at all for any such misgiving. Just trust yourself and you'll learn the art of living.
Well then, how do we leave home? Where are your grooms, your coach and horses?
We merely spread this mantle wide, and it will show us where our course is. But for this rather special voyage, you won't need much in the way of baggage. A little inflammable gas, which I'll prepare, will lift us quickly into the air. If we travel light, we shall slice the sky like a knife. Congratulations on your new course of life. And to go back to what you were saying about your beard, which is sadly greying, I'll take you to a very special kitchen, which with luck should have a witch in. What do you think of this charming breed of monkey? She is the kitchen maid, he is the flunky. It seems your mistress isn't at home.
Out on the town!
Out and about!
Soon she'll be back, down the chimney stack!
How long is she on the go at night?
As long as we warm our paws at this fire!
How do you like these courteous animals?
I never saw such a grotesque sight. I find it nauseating, this crazy witchcraft. You want me to believe I shall improve in this cesspit of insanity? Do I need advice from an old hag, and can this filthy brew remove 30 years from my age? Ridiculous.
My friend, don't think I'm being frivolous. There is also a natural means of rejuvenation, but that is written in another book and is a chapter that needs some explanation.
Tell me about it.
Right. This other method needs no money, no medicine, and no witch. All you do is find yourself some fields in farming land to dig and ditch. Confine yourself, confine your mind in an endlessly recurring narrow round. Let your diet be of the simplest kind. Live with animals like an animal, and do not be too proud to use your own manure to ensure your crops are weighty. Believe me, that is the best means to keep you young till you are 80.
I am not used to it. I cannot change my nature and take a spade in hand. The narrow life is not my style at all.
Then it's a job for the witch to arrange.
The hag? But why do we need to use her? Can you yourself not brew the drink?
A likely story. I'd prefer to build 1,000 bridges in that time. It is not only art and science that this work needs, but patience, too. They have to work at it for years, and time only strengthens the subtle brew. Now then, you monkeys, you stupid apes. Well, what are you doing with that great globe?
This is the world! It rises and falls and rolls every minute. It rings like glass, but soon it breaks. Is there nothing in it? Nothing. It glitters here and here still more. A voice calls, I am alive.
What do I see in this magic mirror? What a heavenly image to appear. Love, give me the swiftest of your wings and carry me away into her sphere. But if I do not keep my distance, if I dare to go any closer, I can see her only as if there were mist in the air. The loveliest image of a woman. Can a woman be so lovely? In that shape in the mirror, do I see the quintessence of all the heavens arching above me? Can such beauty be revealed to the human sense?
Naturally, when a god works 6 days a run and at the end of it says to himself, well done, something pretty special should arise. So for the moment, feast your eyes. I can smell you about a sweetheart as good as this, and I envy the man who has the luck to carry her home to wedded bliss.
What goes on here? Who are you two? What do you want here? How do you sneak through? May the fever of fire harrow your marrow.
Don't you know me, you bag of bones, you old monster? Don't you know your lord and master? Has my red doublet no more claim to fame? Must I myself tell you my name?
My lord, excuse this rude reception. You're quite right to tick me off. It's just that I missed your cloven hoof.
I'll forgive you this once as an exception. Admittedly, some time has passed since we two saw each other last, and I must say your entrance had panache, though to whoosh down a chimney is rather rash.
Really and truly, I'm not flat to see Lord Satan here again.
Woman, you must not call me that.
Why? What harm is there in the name?
Satan as a myth is no old hat. Not that it helps humanity all the same. They are rid of the evil one, but evil does continue. You may call me the Big Baron. That should do. You needn't doubt my blood is blue. My family dream would satisfy even you.
Always true to type. You still have the humour of a gutter snipe.
Watch my technique, my friend. Not a single hitch. This is the way to get round a witch.
Well now, gentlemen, what do you want?
A good glass of your well-known juice. And please, let us have your oldest vintage. When it's been kept, it's twice the use.
Delighted. Look, there's some here on the shelf. Now and then I take a nip myself. Nothing about my potion stinks. You're welcome to anything I can give. But if this man is unprepared when he drinks, you know very well he hasn't an hour to live.
He's a good friend, and it should set him up. I'd gladly give him the pick of your kitchen, so draw your circle and do your witching, and give the man a generous cup.
The lofty power of the ivory tower, a world so sure and clever. But to lose your pain, don't use your brain, no thinking whatsoever. The lofty power.
What nonsense is she saying to us? My head is splitting. I've the sensation of listening to 100,000 idiots giving a mass recitation.
Give us your drink and fill the cup. Full to the brim and don't delay. Now, down it quickly. Bottoms up and your heart will begin to glow and perk. Right. Let's be off. There's lots to do.
I hope the little drink will work.
And if there's anything you need, I'll see you right. Just mention it to me on Walpurgis. Come on. We've got no time to waste. Don't worry. You're bound to sweat a lot, so the drug will pervade you inside and out.
Just one more look. One quick look. In the mirror? That woman was too lovely to be true.
No, the paragon of womanhood will soon be revealed in the flesh to you. With a drink like this in you, take care. You'll soon see Helens everywhere.
My pretty young lady, could I presume to offer you my arm and take you home?
I'm not a young lady, nor am I pretty, and I can get home myself. Thanks, all the same.
My God, she's beautiful, this child. I've never seen her equal. So graceful, so virtuous, and just a little pert as well. Listen to me. Get me that girl.
Which one?
The one that just went past.
Her? No, she was coming from her priest, and he at once forgave her all her sins. I hid near the confessional. A perfect little innocent. Oh, yes, a church with nothing to confess. Even I cannot lead her astray.
Yet she's 14 if she's a day.
Why, you're talking like a randy dick who thinks that every lovely flower and all the favours, all the laurels he fancies are for him to pick, but it doesn't always work out like that.
My dear Professor of Ancient Morals, spare me your trite morality. I tell you straight and hear me right, unless this object of delight lies in my arms this very night. At midnight we part company.
Haven't you heard? More haste, less speed. A fortnight is the least I need even to set up an assignation.
If I had only 7 hours clear, I should not need the devil here to bring this quest to consummation.
It's almost French, your line of talk. I only ask you not to worry. Why make your conquest in a hurry? The pleasure is less by a long chalk.
Get me something of that angel's. Carry me to her place of rest. Get me a garter from her leg. Get me a kerchief from her breast.
Again, you shall see the diligent fashion in which I will assist your passion. I know you don't want a moment's delay. I'll take you to her room today.
Shall I see her? Have her?
No. She will be visiting a neighbour. But you, in the meanwhile, undisturbed, can stay in her aura in her room and feast your fill on joys to come.
Can we go now?
It's still too soon.
I'll take a present for her. Get me one.
Presents already? Splendid. The old story. I know plenty of secret places with lots of long-bedded jewel cases. I'd better check the inventory.
There was a king in Toul, was faithful to the grave. I'd give a lot to be able to say who that man was I met today. He cut a fine figure, certainly. Must be one of the nobility. His face showed that. Pure aristocracy. And that's why he behaved so cheekily.
Come in. Very quietly, but come in.
Good. Now, please leave me alone.
Not all girls keep their rooms so clean.
What a feeling of peace settles around me. Of order, of contentedness. What richness in this poverty. And in this room, what blessedness. Here I could while away every hour after hour. Oh, nature, here your fleeting dreams brought this born angel to full flower. Here lay the child, and the warm life filled and grew in her warm breast. Is this an enchanted atmosphere? To have her quickly was my aim, yet I feel my will dissolve in a love-sick dream. Have I been bewitched or something here? But if she were this moment to walk in, you would pay for this outrage. How you would pay! The big man then would feel so small and lie at her feet, melted away.
Quick! I can see her coming below.
Yes, let's get out. I mustn't stay.
Here's a casket. It's pretty heavy. I picked it up in a place I know. Now, tuck it away here in the wardrobe. I swear she won't believe her eyes. I put some nice little trinkets in it, which were intended for a different prize. Still, a girl's a girl and a jewel's a jewel.
I don't know, shall I?
No, a fine time to ask. Oh, I see. I shall have to do the task. Now, quick. Let's depart. In order to sway the dear young thing, I meet the dearest wish of your heart, and you assume a look that belongs to the lecture room, as if metaphysics and physics too stood grey as life in front of you. Come on!
The air's so stale, so muggy here. It isn't even warm outside. I feel as if there's something wrong. I hope my mother won't be long. I'm trembling all over from top to toe. I'm a silly girl to get frightened so. There was a king in Toul, was faithful to the grave, to whom his dying lady a golden wine cup gave, a golden cup. He drained it at every banquet, a treasure none could buy. Whenever he filled and drank it, the tears o'erflowed his eye, the tears o'erflowed. And when his days were numbered, he numbered land and pelf. He left his heir his kingdom, the cup he kept himself, the cup he kept. He sat at the royal table with his knights of high degree, in the lofty hall of his fathers, in the castle on the sea, in the castle. There stood the old man drinking the last of the living glow. Then threw the sacred wine cup into the waves below, into the waves. He saw it fall and falter and founder in the main. His eyelids fell. Thereafter he never drank again. He never drank. How did this lovely casket get in here? I locked the wardrobe, I'm quite sure. I've a good mind to open it. What's all this? My God! Just look. I've never come across such things. Jewels that would suit a countess's neck at a really grand festivity. Whose can these gorgeous treasures be? Oh, if only the earrings belonged to me. They make you look like royalty. What is the use of looks and youth, of being good and telling the truth, when people think you're only silly and praise you only out of pity? Gold is their sole concern and goal. God help you if you've got no money.
By every despise, love, by the elements of hell, I wish I knew something worse to provide a curse as well.
What's the drama? What's biting? I never saw your face in my life.
I would sell myself to the devil this minute. If only I weren't a devil too.
What is it? Are you mad or sick? Why do you rage like a lunatic?
Imagine the jewels that Gretchen got. A priest has gone and scooped the lot. Oh. Her mother got wind of it, and she at once had the horrors secretly. That woman has a nose beyond compare. She's always snuffling in the book of prayer, and can tell by how each object smells if it's sacred or something else. So the scent of the jewels makes it clear there's nothing very blessed here. My child, she cries, unrighteous wealth invests the soul, infects the health. We'll dedicate it to the Virgin, and she'll make heavenly manna burgeon. Gretchen's face, you could see it fall. She thought, it's a gift horse after all, and he can't be lacking in sanctity who brought it here so handsomely. The mother had a priest along, and had hardly started up her song before he thought things looked all right and said, very proper and above board, self-control is its own reward. The church has an excellent appetite. She's swallowed whole countries, and the question has never arisen of indigestion. Only the church, my dears, can take ill-gotten goods without stomach ache.
That is a custom the world through. A Jew and a king observe it, too.
So, brooch, ring, chain, he swipes at speed as if they were merely chicken feed, thanks them no more and no less for the casket than for a pound of nuts in a basket, promises heaven will provide, and leaves them extremely edified.
And Gretchen?
Sits and worries there, doesn't know what to do and doesn't care, thinks day and night on gold and gem, still more on the man who presented them.
My sweetheart's grief distresses me. Get her more jewels, instantly. The first lot barely deserved the name.
So the gentleman thinks it all a nursery game.
Do what I tell you and get it right. Don't let her neighbour out of your sight. And don't be a sloppy devil. Contrive a new set of jewels. Look alive.
Yes, my dear sir, with all my heart. This is the way that a fool in love puffs away to amuse his lady's sun and the moon and the stars above. I'll do what you say and get it right. I won't let her neighbour out of my sight.
My dear husband, God forgive him, his behaviour has not been without a flaw. Careers away out into the world and leaves me alone to sleep on straw. And yet I never trod on his toes. I loved him with all my heart, God knows. Perhaps he's met a terrible fate. If I'd only a death certificate.
Oh, Martha!
Gretchen, what's up?
My leg's sinking under me. I've just discovered in my cupboard another casket of ebony and full of trinkets. Many more and costlier than the lot before.
You mustn't mention it to your mother. She'd take it straight to the priest like the other.
Yeah, look, though. Just look at this.
Oh, you lucky little miss.
I'm afraid I daren't be seen about, or in church either, in this rig out.
You can always pop over here to me and put on the jewels secretly.
But who brought these 2 cases? Who could it be? It doesn't seem quite right to me. My God, my mother! Is it her?
No, it's a stranger. Come in, sir.
I've made so bold as to walk straight in. The ladies will pardon me. May I begin by inquiring for Frau Martha Schwertlin?
That's me. What was it you wanted, then?
Now I know who you are. That's enough for me. Oh, but you have distinguished company. Forgive my bursting in so soon. I'll call again in the afternoon.
Imagine, child, in the name of humility, the gentleman takes you for nobility.
Good God, sir, you're much too kind. I'm a poor young girl, not at all refined. These jewels and ornaments are not my own.
Oh, it's not the jewellery alone. She carries herself in a certain way. How delighted I am that I may stay.
What is your news? I cannot wait.
I wish I'd a better tale to relate. I hope you won't take this too hard. Your husband's dead and sends his regards.
Dead? My poor darling. Why, oh, why? My husband is dead. Oh, I shall die.
He lies buried in Padua in the churchyard of St. Anthony, improperly consecrated ground, where he sleeps forever safe and sound.
Do you bring me nothing else? At all?
Just a request which you might wonder at. You must have 300 masses said for his soul. My pockets are empty apart from that.
What, not a trinket, not a token?
Madam, you make me quite heartbroken, and honest to God, he didn't squander his money, and besides, he repented his mistakes, yes, and lamented still more his unlucky breaks.
How sad it is that even good men falter. I promise I shall often pray that he finds rest above.
You deserve to be taken straight to the altar. You're a child a man could love.
No, it's not yet time for that.
Then if not a husband, a lover will do. It's one of the greatest gifts of heaven to hold in one's arms a creature like you.
That is not the custom in this town.
Custom or not, it's what goes on.
Tell me how he died.
His deathbed, where I stood, was something better than a dung heap. Half rotten straw. And though he died like a Christian, he found that he still had debts to make good. How thoroughly he cried, I hate myself, to leave my job and my wife like that on the shelf. When I remember it, I die. If only she would forgive me here below.
Good man, I've forgiven him long ago.
All the same, God knows she was more at fault than I.
That's a lie. To think he lied at the point of death.
He certainly fibbed a bit with his last breath.
The crook, the robber of his children. Could no misery, no poverty check the scandalous life he led?
But there you are. That's why he's dead. However, dear lady, if I were you, I'd mourn him discreetly for a year while looking round for someone new.
Oh, God, as a husband he was such a dear. His like in this world will be hard to discover. You couldn't imagine a kinder man than mine. The trouble was he was too fond of playing the rover, and of foreign women and foreign wine, and of the damnable gaming table.
Now, he might have still got by if he on his part had been able to do like you and turn a blind eye. With that proviso, I swear I too would give an engagement ring to you.
Why, sir, I'm speechless. What's the rush?
I'd better go while the going's good. She'd hold the devil to his word, she would. And you, my angel, have we made you blush?
Whatever do you mean, sir?
Indeed, child. Goodbye, ladies.
Goodbye.
Hold on. Tell me. I'd like to have the evidence filed where, how, and when my treasure died and was buried. I've always liked things orderly and right, so I'd like to see his death in black and white.
Yes, madam. When two witnesses are agreed, the truth, as we all know, is guaranteed. And I have a friend, an excellent sort. I'll get him to testify this in court. I'll bring him here.
Oh, yes, please do.
And will the young lady be here too? He's a good lad at heart. He's been around, but his respect for ladies is profound.
I'll hardly dare to open my mouth.
Oh, no king on earth should so affect you.
Behind the house there, in my garden, this evening, both of you, we'll expect you.
What happened? Making progress? Is it going all right?
Excellent. Your passion's still going strong. Gretchen will be yours before very long. You will see her at Martha's, her neighbour's house, tonight. And that's a woman with a special vocation, as it were, for the bald-come-gypsy occupation.
Good.
But there is something we must do.
One good turn deserves another, so?
It's just a question of attesting that her husband's corpse is resting at Padua in consecrated ground.
Brilliant. I suppose we begin by going to Padua.
But there's no need for that. What a naive fool you are. Just back me up and don't ask questions.
The plan is off, if you have no better suggestions.
Oh, there you go. What sanctity. Is this the first time in your life you have committed perjury?
You are and remain a liar and a cheat.
Well, yes, depending what you call deceit. Won't you tomorrow, on your honour, deceive poor Gretchen and swear before her that all your soul is for is to adore her?
And so is my heart.
Very sincere of you. And your talk of eternal faith and love, of one single passion enthroned above all others, well, that be heartfelt too.
Stop. It will. If I have feeling, if I feel this emotion, this commotion, and can find no name to call it by, if then I sweep the world with all my senses, casting around for words and all the highest titles, and call this flame which burns my vitals endless, everlasting, everlasting. Is that a lying, devilish game?
Perhaps not. But I'm right, all the same.
I think you're only indulging me, humouring me, and putting me to shame. You travellers are all the same. You put up with things out of sheer civility. I know very well my boring conversation can't entertain a person of your station.
I learn more from one look of yours, one word, than from the accumulated wisdom of the world.
Oh, don't put yourself out. How could you kiss my hand? It is so ugly, it's so rough. Oh, I have to work at heaven knows what. My mother's a tyrant, sure enough.
Tell me, sir, are you always on the move like this?
No, business and duty keep us up to the minute. Sometimes one's very loath to leave a place, and yet one cannot always linger in it.
Oh, that's all very well in your salad days, rushing about and changing plan. But the darker years soon come round, and to live alone and die a lonely man is never much good in any case.
At my age, that's a prospect I would hate.
Well then, sir, do something before it is too late.
Yes, out of sight, out of mind. You are polite to your finger ends, but you have lots of clever friends who must leave me so far behind.
Believe me, dearest, what the world calls clever is more often vanity and narrowness.
What?
Oh, Gretchen, simplicity and innocence like yours would seldom know what they are worth, if ever. Humility, lowliness, the highest gifts that living nature has shared out to men.
Oh, just think of me one little minute. I shall have time enough to think of you again.
You are often alone, I imagine.
Yes, our household's only small, but it does need running after all. We have no maid. I must cook and sweep and knit and sew and be always on the run. And my mother checks on every detail, every single one. Not that she's forced to keep expenses down. We could spread ourselves more than some people do. My father left us a decent property, a little house with a garden outside town. Still, these days my life is pretty quiet. My brother's in the army. My little sister's dead.
Oh.
Looking after her had worn me to a thread. Still, if need be, I'd do it all again. I'd try it. I loved her very much.
An angel, if she was like you.
Be honest now. Have you never met someone you fancy? Have you never lost your heart to the girls?
The proverb says, a man's own fireside and a good wife are gold and pearls.
I mean, have you never felt any inclination?
I've generally been treated with consideration.
What I mean is, has your heart never been serious?
Look, to play a trick on a woman is always dangerous.
Oh, you don't understand me.
Perhaps you think I'm blind. But I do understand that you're very kind.
You darling, you recognized me at once, as soon as you saw me enter the garden.
I did. I hardly knew where to look.
And you forgive the liberty I took? The insolence I was guilty of just now outside the cathedral door?
Well, I was upset. It had never happened before. No one could ever say anything bad of me. Can he, I thought, have seen in my behaviour any cheekiness, any impropriety?
Sweet love.
Oh, look. What a lovely flower. Oh, don't laugh at me, it's only a game. Loves me not.
What are you murmuring?
Loves me not.
Your heavenly face turns night to day.
Loves me not. Loves me.
Yes, child. What this flower has told you, take as God's truth. He loves you. Do you realize what that means? He loves you.
Oh, I feel so strange.
And shudder. Let this look, let this clasp of the hand tell you what mouth can never express. To give oneself up utterly and feel a rapture which must be everlasting, everlasting. Its end would be despair, so let it never end, never, never end.
It's getting dark.
Yes, and we must go.
And our little lovebirds?
Flown already. To the summer house.
He seems to like her.
And vice versa. Just as it ought to be.
You little minx, you tease. Come here.
I love you. Kiss me again, please.
Who's that?
A friend.
A monster.
It's bedtime, you know.
Yes, it is late, sir.
May I not see you home?
Oh, no. My mother would... Goodbye.
I must go then. Goodbye.
Bye. Till I see you here again. Dear God. A noble man. That refined. What things must go on in his mind. I can only blush when he talks to me. Whatever he says, I just agree. A poor, ignorant, silly child. What is it that he sees in me?
Exalted Spirit, you gave me all I prayed for. Yes, and it is not in vain that you have turned your radiant features to me. You gave me glorious nature for my kingdom, with power to feel her and enjoy her. Nor is it a mere cold, wondering glance you gave me, but you allow me to gaze into her depths, just as into the bosom of a friend. now that the clear moon rises on my eyes, to soften things now floating up before me from walls of rock and from dripping covert, come silver forms of the past which soothe and sweeten the dour delight I find in contemplation. The fact that man can never find perfection, I now acknowledge. For as well as the vision which brings me nearer and nearer to the gods, you gave me that companion whom I cannot do without, although his icy insolence lowers me in my own eyes, and with one whisper he can turn your gifts to ashes. He is always busily fanning in my heart a fire of longing for that lovely image, and so I stagger from desire to enjoyment, and in enjoyment languish for desire.
Oh, haven't you yet had enough of this kind of life? How can it still appeal to you? It's all very well to try it once. Now you should switch to something new.
I wish you had something better to do than spend your days tormenting me.
Poor son of earth, what sort of life would you have led were it not for me? Why, behave as an owl behaves, moping in rocky clefts and caves. Is this the life for which you strive, the academic in you still alive?
Can't you understand what a new and vital power this wandering in the wilderness has given me? Yes, with even an inkling of such joy, you would be devil enough to grudge it me.
A supernatural gratification to lie on the mountain tops in the dark and dew, rapturously embracing earth and heaven, swelling yourself to a godhead, ferreting through the marrow of the earth with divination, to feel in your breast the whole 6 days of creation, to enjoy I know not what in arrogant might, and then with the old Adam discarded quite, to overflow into all things in ecstasy, after all which your lofty intuition will thrust more upwardly.
Damn your filth!
What am I to blame? You have the right to be moral and cry shame. One must not mention to the modest ear what the modest heart is ever agog to hear, and, in a word, you are welcome to the pleasure of lying to yourself in measure. But this deception will not last. Already overdriven again, if this goes on, you must collapse, mad or tormented or aghast. Enough of this. Back there, your love is waiting. A world seems dismal and confined. You're never absent from her mind. A love for you means more than anything. I think instead of lauding it here above, in the woods, the great man might think fit, in view of that poor idiot's love, to make her some return for it. Sometimes he's cheerful, mostly low, but always loves you so.
You snake, you snake.
Oh, it begins to wake.
I am still near her, and even far away. Her image must be always in my head. I even envy the body of the Lord when her lips settle on the holy bread.
I don't blame you. I've often envied you her pair of firm young apples. I mean her two...
Pimp, get out!
What? You object? That's a laugh.
What is the joy of heaven in her arms? Even when I burn in passion on her breast, do I not always feel her pain? Am I not the outcast, the man without a home, the monster restless and purposeless, who roared like a waterfall from rock to rock in foam, giddily raging towards the precipice? And now must I destroy her peace as well? This was the sacrifice I owed to hell. Help me, devil, to shorten my time of torment. If the worst must happen, so be it. Let her fate hurtle down with mine. Let us go together to the pit!
That's got him on the boil again. Go in and comfort her, my foolish friend. When these hotheads see no easy way, they think at once it is the end. I know of nothing on earth more unattractive than a devil who feels despair.
My peace is gone, my heart is sore. I shall find it never, no, never more. He has left my room an empty tomb. He has gone, and all my world is gone. My poor head is all astray, my poor mind fallen away. My peace is gone, my heart is sore. I shall find it never, no, nevermore. It is he that I look through the window to see, he that I open the door for, he, his walk, his figure, so grand, so high, the smile of his mouth, the power of his eye, and the magic stream of his words, what bliss, the clasp of his hand, and oh, his kiss. My peace is gone, my heart is sore. I shall find it never, no, nevermore. My heart's desire is so strong, so vast. Oh, could I seize him, I'd hold him fast, and kiss him ever, night and day, and on his kisses pass away. Promise me an answer, Heinrich.
If I can.
Well then, I want to know what you think about religion. I know you're a good, kind man, but I think you give it scant attention.
Forget that, my child. You feel what I feel for you. For those I love, I would willingly give my life, and leave to others their credos and their church.
But that's not enough. We all need belief.
Do we?
Oh, I wish I was a better influence, and make you at least honour the sacraments.
I do honour them.
Yes, but not with any zest. When were you last at Mass? When will you last confess? Do you believe in God?
My darling, who dare say, I believe in God?
You don't believe, you mean?
Do not misunderstand me, my love, my queen. Who can name him? Don't my two eyes look into yours like the whole creation pours into your head, into your heart, and weaves an everlasting mystery around you, visibly and invisibly? Fill your heart with this, great as it is, and when this feeling gives you perfect bliss, then call it what you like. Happiness, heart, love, God. I have no name for it. Feeling is all. Don't put your trust in a name which only obscures heaven's light.
That sounds quite good and right. And the priest might say much the same, only not word for word.
It is what all hearts have heard in all the places heavenly day can reach, each in his own speech. Why not I in mine?
I could almost accept it. You make it sound so fine. Still, there is something in it that shouldn't be, for you have no Christianity.
Dear child.
It has always rather worried me to see you in his company.
Whose?
The man who goes about with you. I hate him in my soul, through and through.
But even odd types like him have their place.
I can hardly look him in the face. Whenever that man comes to the door, he looks in so sarcastically, half angrily. You can see he feels no sympathy. It is written on his face so clear, there's not a soul he can hold dear. I feel so cosy in your arms, so warm and comfortable and still. But his presence knots me up inside.
Angel, you mustn't be afraid of him.
He makes me feel so faint, so ill, that if he merely happens to join us, I even think I have no more love for you. Besides, when he's there, I can never pray, and that's eating my heart away. You, Heinrich, you must feel it too.
You mustn't let it worry you.
Now I must go.
Oh, can I never rest one little hour contented on your breast, pressing both breast on breast and soul on soul?
Oh, if only I slept alone. I'd gladly leave the door unlatched for you tonight. But my mother, I'm afraid, sleeps so light. If she found us there, I know the shock would make her fall down dead.
You angel, don't let that concern you. Here's a little flask. A drop or two mixed in her bedtime drink will keep her snoring soundly in a gentle sleep.
What would I not do for your sake? I hope it will do her no injury.
My love, do you think that of me?
Dearest, I've only to look at you. I do not know what drives me to do your will. I've already done so much for you. There's not much left for me to fulfill.
The cheeky bitch. She gone?
Have you been spying again? You monster, cannot see how this true and loving soul, for whom faith is her whole being and the only road to blessedness, must feel a holy horror having to count her beloved lost for good.
You sensual buck, led by the nose by the girl you want.
Oh, you abortion of fire and muck.
And she also knows her physiognomy. In my presence she feels she doesn't know what. She reads some hidden meaning in my little mask. She knows there's something very odd in me. Maybe the devil, if she dared to ask. Now, about tonight.
What is tonight to you?
I'll have my share of pleasure, too.
Haven't you heard about Barbara, what she's done?
Not a word. I go out very little.
It's true. Sibylla told me today. She's paid the price for her bit of fun. So much for her fine airs.
Why?
She never thinks. Now she feeds two when she eats and drinks.
Ah.
Yes. She's got her desserts in the end. But what a time they had, she and her friend. Such cuddlings and such carryings on. But now the pretty flower is gone.
Poor thing.
Is that the way you feel? When we were at the spinning wheel and Mother kept us upstairs at night, she was below with her heart's delight. On the bench or in the shady alley, they never had long enough to dally. But now she must grovel in the dirt, do penance in church in a hair shirt.
But surely he will marry her.
Oh, he'd be a fool. Smart young chap has plenty of other casts to tap. Besides, he's gone.
That's not right.
If she hooks him, she won't get off light. The boys will tear her wreath in half, and we shall strew her door with chaff.
What scorn I used to pour on her when a young virgin lost her honour. My tongue could never find a name bad enough for another's shame. I thought it black, and I blackened it. It was never black enough to fit, and I blessed myself and acted proud, and now I too am under a cloud. Yet, dear God, what drove me to it was so good, so dear and sweet. Mary, bow down beneath thy sorrowful crown, thy gracious face on me, alone. The pain in thy heart taking his part, looking up to thy dear Son, sending up sighs to the Father, which rise for his grief and for thine own. Who can gauge what torments rage through the whole of me, and how my poor heart is troubled in me, how fears and longings undermine me. Only thou knowest, only thou. No sooner through my window was the sun's first brightness shed, than I in deepest sorrow sat waking on my bed. Save me from shame and death in one. O bow down, thou of the sorrowful crown, thy gracious face on me. Hello.
When I was at some drinking bout where loudmouths like to boast and spout, and my best mates would raise their voice to praise the virgins of their choice, then smiling I would stroke my beard and raise the tankard in my hand and say, each laddie to his taste. But is there one in all the land to hold a candle to my own dear sister Gretchen? No, there's none. And now it's enough to make you vomit. All I've got is smirking from it. Any clever bugger in the place can laugh at me right to my bloody face, and I, like a man who's deep in debt, every chance word must make me sweat. I could smash their heads for them if I tried. I could not tell them that I lied. Who's this slinking along? Who's there? I reckon they must be a pair. If it's who I think it is, I'll split him. He'll be dead before he knows what's hit him.
Look! From the window of the sanctuary there, the undying lamp sends up its little flicker which glimmers sideways weaker and weaker, and round it presses the dark air. My heart, too, feels its night, its noose.
And I feel like a tomcat on the loose, brushing along the fire escape and round the walls, a stealthy shape. What's more, I feel quite virtuous, just a bit burglarious, a bit lecherous, and I'm so excited I'm almost in a daze about the prospect of Walpurgis night. It comes round again in a couple of days. Then you know why you're awake, all right.
I'd like some ornament, some ring for my dear mistress. I feel sad to visit her without anything.
Oh, it's really nothing to regret that you needn't pay for what you get. Now that the stars are gems on heaven's brocade, you shall hear a real masterpiece. I will sing her a moral serenade, so her folly may increase. Well, now, my dear, what? Waiting here at your lover's door, when the stars of the night are fading, what will begin when he lifts the pin? A maid goes in, but she won't come out a maiden.
Damn you, who are you seducing here? Who do you think you are? Some damn magician? First to the devil with your guitar, then to the devil with the musician.
The guitar's ruined. Look, it's broken in two.
That's nothing to what I'll do to you.
Doctor, courage, all you can muster. Stick by me and do as I say. Now, quick, now. Draw me a feather duster. I'll parry his blows, so thrust away.
Then parry that.
Why not?
And that.
Of course.
Is he the devil or what? What's going on? My hand's gone slack.
Faust, strike him now.
Oh!
Come here! Bring a light! There's a row in the scuttle there.
Here's one on the ground, nearly dead.
That's paid him back. But we must go. Vanish in the wink of an eye. They're already raising a murderous human cry.
Where's the murderers? Have they fled?
Yeah.
Who's here?
As if you didn't know.
Oh, God, not you. Not you, oh no!
Oh. I am dying. That's soon said and sooner done, no doubt. Why do you women stand howling and wailing? Come closer and hear me out. Listen, Gretchen, love, you're new at this game. You'll have to practice to get a name. Improve on your technique a bit, then hang a notice on your door telling everyone you're a whore and make a real career of it.
Valentine! Oh, God! Is it me you blame?
It's no use calling on his name. You can't undo what you've done. Now you've started. You must go on and on. Eventually, the day will dawn when all good people in this town will turn aside from you, you tart, as from a corpse in the plague cart. No nice lace collars anymore to make you shine on the dancing floor. No, in some dark and filthy nook you'll hide with beggars and crippled folk. And though for forgiveness you may pray, you'll be cursed on earth until your dying day.
Ask God to show some mercy to you. She doesn't need his curses too.
If I could get at your withered body, you board,
Yeah.
you sinner born and hardened, then I should hope that all my sins would quickly and in full be pardoned.
My poor brother! God forgive me!
Save your tears. There's no help they can give me. When you and your honour parted company, that is what really murdered me.
Oh God! Oh God! If I could get rid of the thoughts which run through my head hither and thither in spite of myself. Oh, to escape from here. I feel as though the organ was stifling me.
Gretchen! Gretchen!
How different it all was, Gretchen, when you came here all innocent to the altar, lisping your prayers from a well-thumbed little book. Half a child's game, half devotion to God.
Oh! Oh!
Gretchen, how is your heart? What are its crimes? Do you pray for your mother's soul, who, thanks to you and your sleeping draught, overslept into a long, long torment?
Oh!
And whose blood stains your threshold? Yes. And there, under your heart, does something sinister stir, torturing itself and you with its foreboding presence?
Oh, I cannot breathe. The pillars of the wall tighten round my throat. The vaulted roof chokes me.
Hide yourself. Sin and shame cannot be hidden. Air, light, never for you.
A broomstick would be quicker than this mountain track. At a pinch, I'd even travel on a he-goat's back. At this rate, I doubt we'll ever make it.
No, so long as my legs can take it, I can make do with this knotted stick. What is the point of going too quick? To creep along each labyrinthine valley, then climb this scarp, downwards from which the bubbling spring makes its eternal sally. This is the spice that makes such journeys rich. Already the spring is weaving through the birches. Even the pine already feels the spring. Should not our bodies, too, give it some purchase?
Candidly, I don't feel a thing. In my body all is winter. I would prefer a route through frost and snow. How sadly the imperfect disk of the red moon rises with belated glow, and the light it gives is bad. At every step one runs into some rock or tree. Tell you what, I'll ask a will-o'-the-wisp. I see one over there, burning heartily. Hello there, friend. Could I call on you to help us? Why do you blaze away there to no purpose? Be so kind as to light us along our road.
I only hope my sense of your mightiness will control my natural flightiness. A zigzag course is our accustomed mode.
Oh, so it's men you want to imitate. In the name of the devil, you go straight, or I'll blow out your flickering, fluttering light.
You're the head of the house, I can see that all right. You are welcome to use me at your convenience, but remember, the mountain is magic mad today, and if a will-o'-the-wisp is to show you the way, you too must show a little lenience.
Into realms of dreams and witchcraft we, it seems, have found an ingress. Lead us well and show your woodcraft, that we may make rapid progress through these wide and desert spaces.
Trees on trees, how each one races, pushing past, how each one hastens, and the crags that make obeisance, and the rocks with long-nosed faces, hear them snorting, hear them blowing.
And the roots like snakes around us coil, from crag and sandy cranny, stretch their mad and strange antennae, grasping at us to confound us, stretch from gnarled and living timber towards the passer-by, their limber polyp suckers.
Tell me what our real case is. Are we stuck or are we going? Rocks and trees, they all seem flying round and making faces. And the will-o'-the-wisps are blowing up, so big and multiplying.
Hold my coattails, hold on tight. Standing on this central height, you see how brightly, far and wide, Mammon lights the peaks inside.
How strangely through the mountain hollows a sad light gleams as of morning red, and like a hound upon the scent probes the gorge's deepest bed. Here fumes arise, there vapours float, here veils of mist catch sudden fire, which creeps along a flimsy thread, then fountains up a towering spire.
Does not Sir Mammon light his palace in splendid style for this occasion? You are lucky to have seen it. Already I sense the noisy guests' invasion.
Listen to the wind hag raging through the air, battering blows down on my head and neck.
You must clamp yourself to the ancient ribs of the rock, or she'll hurl you into this gorge to find your grave down there. A mist is thickening the night. Listen to the crashing of the trees. The owls are flying off in fright. Listen to the pillars smashing in the evergreen palaces. Branches moaning and breaking. Shattered tree trunks crashing. Roots creaking and yawning, tree upon tree in appalling confusion, splitting and falling. And through the wreckage on the scarps, the winds are hissing and howling. Do you hear those voices in the air? Far-off voices, voices near. Oh, yes, the whole length of the mountainside, the witch song streams in a crazy tide.
The stubble is yellow,
corn is green,
clouds are gathering on the field. Lord Urian himself is going to speak.
On we travel over grass and stone.
Fatty witch on stinking goats. The way is broad, the way is long.
How is this for a crazy throng?
The pitchfork pricks, the broomstick pokes.
The mother bursts and the child chokes.
We fly to the land with you straight away. We wash ourselves clean behind and before, but we are barren forevermore. Wait. Who calls there from the cleft in the rock? Don't leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. 300 years I've been struggling up and I can never reach the top. I want to be with my own kind.
Ride on a broom or ride on a stick. Ride on a fork or a goat, and quick. Tonight you must complete the climb, or be lost and damned to the end of time. Once at the peak you circle round, and then you sweep along the ground, and cover the heath far and wide, which wooding swarms on every side.
What a push and a crush and a rush and a clatter! How they sizzle and fizz! How they crackle and chatter! Kindle and sparkle and blaze and stink! A real witch's carnival, don't you think? You stick to me or we'll be swept apart. Where are you? Here! What? Carried so far already? I must show myself the master on this ground. Clear the way! Here comes the land! Mind your backs, girls! Steady! Here, Doctor, catch hold of me! Let's make one bound out of this fetid rabble and so get clear. Even for the likes of me, it's too mad here. There's something over there with a peculiar glare. Something attracts me towards those bushes. Come with me, we'll slip in there.
I'd rather be up there with the others. You can see the fire and smoke from here. The Prince of Darkness must be drawing near. There'll be a good many riddles solved.
And a good many new problems evolved. Let the rest have their fun by running riot. We'll have ours here in peace and quiet. I see young witches here, bare to the buff, and old ones dressed wisely enough. Just look, there's no end to this motley show. 100 fires are blazing in a row. They dance and gossip and cook and drink and cavort. Tell me where there is better sport.
Do you intend to introduce us here to play the devil or the sorcerer?
Oh, I'm quite used to going incognito, but on gala days it's nice to put on a show. I've no garter for identification, but my cloven foot has here some reputation. See that snail? Creeping up, slow and steady, as sensitive feelers have already sensed out something odd in me. Here I could not hide my identity. Come on, let us go the round of the fires, and I'll play go-between to your desires.
Don't pass me by. Don't miss your opportunity. There are things here you'll never see. I have a great variety. No dagger which is not drunk of blood. No goblet which has not poured its hot and searing poison into some healthy frame. No trinket which has not ruined some endearing woman. No sword which has not been used to hack a bond in two and stab a partner in the back.
Auntie, you are behind the times. Past and done with past and done. You must go in for novelties. You'll lose our custom if you've none.
I've never seen such grotesque wares. This is a fair to end all fairs.
Whole crowds forcing its way about. You find you're shoved with they think you shove.
Look! An old witch and a young one catching their breath. They seem to have danced themselves half to death.
No rest tonight for another chance. They're starting again. Come on, let's join the dance.
A lovely dream once came to me, which I see an apple tree, on which two lovely apples shine. They beckon me, I start to climb.
Those little fruits you long for so, just as in Eden long ago. I shiver with pleasure through and through. My orchard has its apples too.
Why did you let that lovely creature go? She danced so close to you as she sang.
She opened her mouth and out of it sprang a nauseating little red mouse.
Why complain? That's nothing out of the way. You should be thankful it wasn't grey. In an hour of love, what a senseless grouse.
And then I said,
what?
Mephisto. Look, over there. Do you see a girl in the distance, pale and fair? Dragging herself slowly away from this place, she seems to walk with fetters on her feet. I can't help feeling I can see something of my Gretchen in her face.
That can do no one good. Let it alone. Beware. It is a lifeless phantom, an image of air. It is a bad thing to behold. Its cold look makes the blood of man run cold. One turns to stone almost upon the spot. You've heard of Medusa, have you not?
Indeed, they are the eyes of one who is dead, unclosed by loving hands, left open void. That is the breast which Gretchen offered me, and that is the sweet body I enjoyed.
That is mere magic, you gullible fool. She can appear in the shape of his love to any man.
What suffering, what torture! Stay! That look, I cannot turn away. How strange that her adorable neck should be scored across with a line of red as thin as an axe blade's narrow thread.
I see what's happened. It's just a hoax. She could tuck her head under her arm. It's one of Perseus' little jokes. He can cut off heads and do no harm.
My Gretchen, in misery, in despair, long on the earth a wretched wanderer, now a prisoner. That beautiful innocent creature imprisoned for murder of our child. A criminal cooped up in a dungeon for horrible torments, poisonous spirit. All this you have kept from me. A prisoner, abandoned to evil spirits, to the unfeeling justice of man. And in the meantime, you lull me with stale diversions. You hide her worsening state from me. You abandon her to perdition.
She is not the first.
Bastard! Monster! Change him back, eternal spirit. Change this serpent back into the form of a dog. Back into his favourite shape, so he will grovel in the sand on his belly before me, and I can trample his loathsome body to pulp. It breaks my heart and soul, the torment of this one girl. And you grin smugly at the fate of thousands.
Why do you engage our services if you don't approve of our methods? So you want to fly? Fine, but where's your head for heights? Did we force ourselves on you, or you on us?
Save her!
Are you snatching at the thunder? I can't stop revenge taking its course. That process even I can't interfere with. Save her, he says. Who caused her terrible suffering? Me? Or you?
Bring me to her. She must be freed.
And what about the risk you'll be running? Just remember, the town is still tainted with the blood guilt of murder by your hand. Over the scene of the murder, avenging spirits float, lying in wait for the returning murderer.
Take me to her, I tell you. Set her free.
All right, I'll take you and do what I can. But I'm not God, am I? Omnipotent in heaven and earth? However, I'll tell you what I will do. I'll put a spell on the jailer so he can't think straight. Then you grab the keys and carry her out bodily in your human arms. I'll be waiting outside with my magic horses ready. That much I can manage.
Come on, then. Come on!
My peace is gone, my heart is sore. I shall find it never, no, never before.
It is here she lives, behind these dripping walls. And you, Faust, waver at the door. You fear to see your love once more. Go in at once, or her hope of life is past.
My mother, the whore who took my life. My father, the crook who ate my flesh. My little sister, my bones did lay in the cool, cool air. And there, into a pretty little bird. Fly away, fly away.
She does not suspect that her lover is listening to the chains clanking, the straw rustling.
Oh, they're coming. Pray, death is near you.
Quiet, I've come to set you free.
If you are human, feel my misery.
Do not cry out, the guard will hear you.
I'm still so young. I'm still so young. Is my death so near? I was pretty too, and that's what brought me here. My lover was close. He's far off today. My wreath lies torn, my flowers have been thrown away. Don't seize me so violently. What have I done to you? Let me be.
Can I survive this misery?
I'm now completely in your power. Only let me first suckle my child. Last night I fondled it hour after hour. To torture me they took it away, and now I murdered it, so they say.
Look, at your feet your lover lies to free you from your miseries.
Oh, let us call on the saints to save our soul. Listen. Under this straw, under the floor, roar the fires of hell.
Gretchen, Gretchen.
That was my lover's voice. I heard him calling. Where can he be? No one will stop me. I'm free. Quick. My arms around his neck and lie safe on his chest. Quick. He called Gretchen. He stood at the door. Through the whole of hell's racket and roar, through the threats and jeers and far beyond, I heard that voice. So sweet, so fond.
It is me.
It's you. Oh, say it once again. It is. I need feel no more pain, or stay in prison another day. It's you. You've come to rescue me. I'm saved. The street is back with me straight away, where I saw you that first day, and the happy garden too, where Martha and I waited for you.
Come on, we must go.
No, please, stay with me. Wherever you are, I want to be.
Hurry up. If you don't, the punishment will be stronger.
What? Can you kiss no longer? So short an absence, dear, as this, and you've forgotten how to kiss. Why do I feel so afraid clasping your neck? In the old days, your words, your looks were a heavenly flood I could not check. And you kissed me as if you would smother me. Kiss me now, or I'll kiss you. Oh, your lips are cold as stone. And dumb. What has become of your love? Who has robbed me of my own?
Come on. The dawn is already drawing near.
I killed my mother. She was so fond. I drowned my child in the pond. Was it not a gift to you and me, to you too, you? Are you what you see? Give me your hand. It is not a dream. Your dear hand. But oh, it's wet. Wipe it off. I think there's blood on it. Oh, God, what have you done? Put up your sword, I beg you to.
Forget what is done and gone. You are killing me.
No. You must live on. I will tell you about the graves. You must get them put right at morning light. Give the best place to my mother, the one next door to my brother. Me a shade to the side, a gap, but not too wide. And the little one on my right breast. No one else shall share my rest. I feel I must use force to grasp you, as if you were thrusting me away. Yet it's you, and you look so kind, so just.
If you feel it's I, then come with me. You must.
Outside there.
Into the air.
If the grave is there and death on the watch, then come. Hence to the final rest of the tomb and not a step beyond. You are going now. Oh, Heinrich, if I could too.
You can. The door is open. I shall stay by you.
Be quick. Be quick. Save your poor child. Go. Straight up the path, along by the brook, over the bridge, into the wood, left where the plank is, in the pond. Catch hold of it quickly. It's trying to rise. It's kicking still. Save it. Save it.
One step, just one, and you are free.
If only we were past the hill. My mother's there, sat on a stone. Oh, my brain goes cold and dead. My mother's there, sat on a stone, and wags her head. No sign, no nod. Her head is such a weight. She'll wake no more. She slept so late. She slept so we could laugh and play. And didn't we enjoy our holiday?
If prayer and argument are no use, I'll have to rescue you by force.
No, please, don't be violent. Don't hold me in that murderous grip. I've done everything else for you, you know.
My love, the day is dawning.
Day? Yes. It's growing light. My last day breaks on me. My wedding day was to be. Tell no one you'd already been with Gretchen. A shame about my garland. We've lost our chance. We shall meet again, but not at the dance. The people are thronging, but silently. Crowding everywhere, spilling out of streets and square. The bell tolls. Oh, it tolls for me. Now they seize me, bind me like a slave. Already I'm swept away to the block. Already there jabs at every neck the sharp blade which jabs at mine. The world lies mute as the grave.
I wish I had never been born.
Come on, or you're finished. Futile wavering, waiting and debating. My horses are shivering. The dawn's at the door.
What's slithered up from the floor? It's him. Send him away. It's him. What does he want in this holy place? It's me he wants.
You shall live.
Judge me, God. I have given myself to thee.
Come on, or I'll leave you both in the lurch.
Oh, Father, save me. I am thine. You angels, hosts of the heavenly church, guard me. Stand round in serried line. Heinrich, I shudder to look at you.
She is condemned. Come on! Come on!
Heinrich.
Dr. Faust, disillusioned with book learning, made a pact with Mephistopheles to give the devil his immortal soul if in return he allowed him to regain his youth and experience the pain and joy of all mankind. Faust fell in love with a young girl, Gretchen, whom he was forced to abandon after killing her brother in self-defense. Faust's appetite for experience in the real and the mythical world is fed by his guide and mentor Mephistopheles, who plans new adventures for him, whilst Faust rests from his exertions and sufferings.
You who float round this head in airy circles, show him the kindness of the noble elf. Assuage the strife that makes his heart aghast. Fend off the poisoned shafts of the mind that blames itself, and cleanse his soul from the horror of his past. Night has 4 phases in her flow. Now fill them with your friendship. Do not delay. First, lay his head on cushions, cool and low. Then bathe him in the dew from Lethe's source. The cramped and stiffened body soon grows supple as it rests to face the day, regains its force. Restore his hearing and his sight. Restore him to the sacred light. Already has descended. Holy star joins holy star. Luminaries great and little glitter near and gleam afar.
Great and little,
the hours have been extinguished. Pain and joy are swept away. Feel ahead, your ills are ended. Trust the new appearing day. Vales are greening, hills are swelling, clumps of shadow and repose, and the corn in silver ripples towards a golden harvest flows. Wish on wish if you would win them. Yonder watch the burst of day. The husk of sleep is only lightly round you. Cast the husk away. The world is for the lofty spirit if he is bold enough to seize it. Listen, listen to the storm of the hours ringing out for spirit's ears. Now the newborn day appears. Doors of granite clang and toll. The sun's wheels rattle as they roll. To what clangour dawn gives rein. Drums and trumpets far resounding, dazzling, deafening, dumbfounding. Things unheard should so remain. Into bells of blossom creep. Lie there, quiet, deep and deep. Into rock and underleaf. If it strike you, you are death.
Life's pulses beat. Fresh and alive and royal. Beneath these skies of dawn, they kindly greet. You, earth, through this night also you were loyal, and spread out resurrection at my feet, beginning so soon to surround me with pleasure, stirring and summoning a strong resolve, always to strive for life in highest measure. Look up at the peaks. See their annunciation of that most solemn hour. For now unfurls the eternal light, their early perquisite, which moves down later to our lower station. And now the alpine pastures, slopes of green, are blended with the sharp sheen of renovation, that step by step its downward course advances. The sun strides out, and already dazed, I turn my smarting eyes aside from his fierce glances. So is it, too, when hope, by yearning hounded, trusts and thrusts for its highest goal, and chances to find the gates wing open, the field unbounded. But now there bursts from that eternal porch a superabundance of flame. We stand confounded. Our aim was life. We wished to light the torch. And a sea of fire laps round us, beyond measure. Is it love? Or hate, which burn and turn about us in monstrous changing tides of pain and pleasure, so that we look again to earth to shroud us in that cloak of youth, which is earth's oldest treasure. Let then the sun remain at my back, behind me. The waterfall, the crag sends downward roaring, I watch with a growing joy, a joy to blind me. But now, from fall to fall, it rolls in 1,000, and now in tens of thousands streamlets pouring, while jets of spray on spray go skyward soaring. And yet, how nobly from this plash and pelting, the changing permanence of the rainbow flowers, now clearly drawn, now into vapour melting, spreading around it cool and fragrant showers. This bow, will serve to image man's endeavours. Think of it, and you grasp what destiny is ours. Reflected colour forms our life forever.
I greet my dear and loyal subjects, assembled here from far and near. I see my advisers by my throne, but why does my jester not appear?
Just behind your mantle sweep, he fell on the staircase in a heap.
Oh!
They lugged the hulking guts away, dead or drunk, one cannot say.
At once, with amazing turn of pace, another's competing for his place. Dressed up regardless of expense, but so grotesque it gives offence. The guards were ordered not to allow him in, hold their halberds crossed. Ah, but here comes the pushy fool now.
And here, beneath this imperial roof, is the new jester, complete with cloven hoof.
What is accursed and always welcome, desired and always hounded out? What is continually protected, but for all to blame and flout? Whom do you fear to call to audience, whose name brings joy to every heart? What is it that draws near your throne, banned by itself to keep apart?
Save your words for a better time. Today your riddles must fall flat. These people have plenty of their own. You solve theirs, I'd welcome that. My old fool's flown, I fear, to the far away. Take his place by me. You're my fool today.
A new jester?
A new joker?
Where did he come from?
How did he get here?
The old one fell.
And he won't wake.
He was a barrel.
This is a rake.
And therefore, dear and loyal subjects, you are welcome all from near and far. You meet when our fortunes are assured in the skies above us by a propitious star. But tell me, why at this time? Why, when we want to be happy and worry less and put on carnival fancy dress, and we only crave some recreation, why must we bore ourselves with deliberation? But since you believe that nothing else can be done, we must confer. Chancellor, get on.
The highest virtue, haloed from above, circles the emperor's head, and only he can exercise it with authority. Justice, the boon that all men love, claim and desire, and scarcely do without. It lies with him to dispense it through the land. But can understanding help man's spirit, goodness his heart, or willingness his hand, when through the state a feverish mania storms, and evil hatches in all evil forms? Who looks down from this room, this court supreme, on the wide realm will think it a bad dream, where the misshapen rules in misshapenness, and lawlessness holds the field in legal dress, and a whole world unfolds of truthlessness. New plaintiffs throng to law, the judge parades his high and soft position, while in repulsive turmoil sways the waxing tumult of sedition. Any man can brag of crime and scandal who has an accomplice in the court, while you can hear the cry of guilty where innocence is its own support. Thus the whole fabric is breaking up, sweeping all order out of sight. So how can a sense of values grow which alone can lead to what is right? A well-intentioned man must bow to bribes and flattery in the end. The judge who cannot punish crime will make the criminal his friend. I paint things black. I should be glad if I could make things seem less bad. Drastic measures must be taken. The basis of justice itself is shaken. Even the crown could come to harm.
Commander!
Ah, days of madness and disorder. People kill without a qualm, and nobody obeys an order. My mercenaries grow impatient, demanding their arrears of pay, and did we not still owe them something, they would be off without delay. He who forbids what all desire has stirred a wasp's nest with his hand. The realm lies plundered and unmanned. We let their madness rage and rule. Already half the empire's lost. We still have vassal kings abroad, but none will condescend to share the cost.
Treasurer, what have you to say?
Who boasts of that untold today? The subsidies they swore to pay remain like a water pipe gone dry. And sire, throughout your wide domains, who are the men who made the gains? There's a new master every house you try who wants to live in independence. And we must wait and see it done. We have surrendered so many rights already that not a right remains to us. Not one. As for the parties, as they're called, let them praise or let them blame. There's no relying on them now. Their love and hate is all the same. These days, who will help his neighbour? Every man is for himself. They barricade the golden doors. Everyone scrapes and scoops and stores. Yet nothing fills the public purse.
Well, steward, what comfort can you offer?
My report, too, is more than grave. Every day we want to save, and every day our needs grow worse. And day by day my cares increase. The cooks aren't troubled by any shortage. Wild boars and stags and hares and does, hens and guinea hens, ducks and geese. Their quotas, regular dividends come in all right, you needn't doubt. But in the end, the wine runs out. Once in the cellar, vats were heaped on vats of the best vintages and years. But now the last drop has been drained by our incessantly boozing aristocrats. And the town council, too, are quite unable to save their stock. Men snatch at pint and pipkin, and the banquet lies beneath the table. Now I must count out all I owe. The Jew will never let me go, but gives advances, which instead devour my purse for years ahead. One cannot fatten up one's stock. The bolster from the bed's in hock. And at table one is served 4 eaten bread.
Tell me, new fool, have you no tears to shed?
I? Not in the least. To see the surrounding splendour of you and yours could confidence be lacking, where majesty claims unquestioning obedience, with force prepared to send opponents packing, where a good will that a good mind keeps steady, and energy in plenty are always ready, what forces of disaster could unite to cloud a court? Where stars like this are bright.
He's a sharp one.
He knows the score.
Ingratiates himself.
He's after more.
I see his game.
What's he got planned? He's plotting something.
Underhand.
Where is there not some deficit in this world? Somewhere this, somewhere that. Here, our lackey's gold. You can't sweep it up from the floor, oh dear me, no, but there are ways to tap the depths below. For mountains, veins, and walls, foundations hold, there for the finding coined and uncoined gold.
Oh.
And as for digging it up, you know who can. The nature and spirit of a gifted man.
Nature and spirit, spare our Christian ears. Atheists are burned for that. Such talk inspires the most deep-founded fears. Nature is sin, spirit's the devil. Between them they cherish scepticism, misshapen child of either evil. None of that here. Our ancient borders of empire honour but 2 orders. Staunch props of the imperial throne, those of religion and chivalry. But the mob mind of muddled spirits allows the rise of an opposition. The heretics, the witch doctors, who are the state's and realm's perdition. Being a fool, you know your kindred, and feed on their corrupt ambition.
That's a philosophy I understand. What you don't touch is miles beyond your scan. What you don't grasp is utterly lost to you. What you don't calculate, you think untrue. What you don't weigh, you find devoid of weight. What you don't meet, that you invalidate.
This does not cancel our deficiency. What is the point of your Lenten homily? I have had enough of this endless how and when. We need gold? All right, procure it then.
I will procure all that you want and more. Easy enough. But there's hard work in store. The gold is there already, but how to win it? That is the job. Who's fitted to begin it? But just consider. In those years of desperation, when floods of invaders drowned both land and nation, how many men in their extreme alarm hid here or there his favourite goods from harm? And all of that the soil still holds concealed. The soil's the emperor's. He should have its yield.
For a fool, he puts a sensible point of view. That is indeed our ancient emperor's due.
Satan is laying golden traps to try us. This does not square with what is right and pious.
Provided he brings to court such valuable donations, I'll gladly forgive him minor aberrations.
Clever fool. He promises what all desire. But where it comes from, soldiers won't inquire.
Step up now, take your money. See it flow like milk and honey, oil the system, plug the holes, be held more dear than people's souls. Step up quickly, don't be shy, don't hesitate or question why or whence or how the cash has come. Just step this way and claim your sum.
3,000. Oh! I want to reward all members of my court. How they will use it, they must make report.
I'll live an easy life and have some fun. I'll go and buy my sweetheart chain and locket.
I will drink Grand Cru only from now on.
The dice are already itching in my pocket.
My mortgage, land and castle are make free.
It's treasure. It must join my treasury.
My wise advisers, my scholar and my fool, what great good fortune brought you to our sight, directly out of some Arabian night. Your fecundity equals Scheherazada's, and you will find us generous rewarders.
Your Imperial Majesty, I never guessed I could bring you news of such success. Bill after bill has now been paid, and all the usurer's demands are laid.
My soldiers have been paid their money, restoring the ranks to harmony. The yeomanry are like new men, and whores and landlords breathe again.
Well, how your chest and lungs expand. The wrinkled face grows smooth and bland. You enter with such eagerness.
Ask these two. It is they who manage this.
Is it your magic powers or my jesters which have so amply filled our coffers?
It is the Chancellor's business to explain.
In my old age, I have been freed from pain. Listen and look at this momentous bill, which has made welfare out of all our ill. Be it known to all men who may so require, this note is worth 1,000 crowns entire, which has its guarantee and counterfoil in untold wealth beneath imperial soil. And this hereby is a substitute approved until such time as the treasure can be moved.
And do my people think it negotiable? Do army and court take it for pay in full?
Once issued, they're scattered in a flash. The exchanges stand wide open for the queue, where every bill is honoured and changed for cash, silver and gold, at a discount, it is true. The clothier cuts the cloth, the tailor sews. Long live the emperor makes the sellers gush in a cooking, roasting, platter-clattering crush.
Dandies, strutting alone along the terraces, see their beloved wearing queenly dress, hiding behind a splendid peacock fan with an eye on the bill. She smiles upon the man. More quickly than by wit or oratory, he wins the entree to her sanctuary. It pairs up snugly with a billet-doux. A breviary can revere and hold it true, while the soldier, loath to let occasion slip, can quickly ease the buckle on his hip. Excuse me if such low examples seem to depreciate a work of high esteem.
The excess of treasure frozen in your lands, deep in the soil awaiting human hands, lies there unused. Your wildest fantasy can't estimate such riches adequately.
In lieu of gold and pearls, this paper note is handy. One can tell what one has got. This paper, once you've paid upon the nail, confounds the Thomases who doubt and scoff. Once formed the habit, you can't shake it off. Thus, through the Empire, we have guaranteed jewels, gold, paper for all future needs.
To you, our realm owes its prosperity. We will, if we can, reward you fittingly. To you we entrust the wealth beneath the ground, the best custodians that can be found. So now unite, you masters of our treasure. Fulfill your high and worthy post with pleasure.
Not the least rift will spoil our coalition. I'm honoured to work alongside the magician.
I hoped this wealth would inspire you to new actions, but knowing you, one guesses your reaction. I'm not surprised, for all the wealth in store, you're still the people that you were before.
But please don't show your wisest for the door. What? If you're dispensing favours, I need some, I think.
Alive again? Here. But you'll spend it all on drink.
These magic bills? I cannot see their use.
That I can well believe. Until they're booze.
Still more of them? I don't know what to do.
Just pick them up. I threw them down for you.
5,000 crowns? Is that what I've collected?
You two-legged wineskin, are you resurrected?
Well, I've often been. Never quite like this.
You're in a sweat. Your face is sheer bliss.
But seriously, can I cash this stuff he gave?
It will give gullet and stomach all they crave.
And can I buy a country farm and stock it?
Just show that bill. You're never out of pocket.
I'll be a landowner. I'll show them how.
Well, well. Who says our fool is foolish now? Why lead me through these gloomy galleries? Is there not fun enough at court, amidst the dense and coloured throng, a chance for trickery and sport?
I need advice on what to do. The steward presses me, the chamberlain too. The emperor wishes, one can't ignore him, to have Helen of Troy and Paris brought before him, to see, produced in their true shapes again, the paragon of women and of men. So let's get on. I dare not break my word.
To make this careless promise was absurd.
You did not realise, my friend, quite what that technique you used meant. First, we gave the emperor wealth. Now we must provide amusement.
No sooner said than done. You think. You stand upon a steeper brink. You probe into the strangest realm. Increase your debts in the end. It isn't funny. If you think Helen can be summoned as simply as that phantom money.
Some mumbo-jumbo and the job is done. A wink of an eye and there are Paris and Helen.
The pagans are a race I shun. They have their private hell to dwell in. There is a means, though.
Tell me, instantly.
I'm reluctant to reveal this mystery. Goddesses throned in solitude, sublime, set in no place, still less in any time. Even to speak of them distresses me. I mean the mothers.
Mothers?
You show fear.
The mothers. So strange a word to hear.
And strange they are. These goddesses, the same the earth disclaims and hell is loath to name. To find them you must plumb the cosmic vault. That we have need of them is your own fault.
How do I find them?
Here. Take this key.
That little thing? But why?
You hold it. It is nothing to decry.
It grows within my hand. A glow, a spark.
Ah, now you see. It's worth a second look. It will find out the place among all others. Follow it down. It leads you to the mothers.
Good. Holding this key, I feel new strength awaking. My chest fills out, fired for this undertaking.
A glowing tripod tells you in the end you have descended whence no souls descend. There shall you see the mothers by its light, some of whom sit, some walk, some stand upright, as may occur. Formation, transformation, eternal minds, eternal conservation. Wreathed with all floating forms of what may be, they don't see you. Shadows are all they see. Have courage then, the danger's very great. Approach that door, do not hesitate. Unlock it with the key. The door swings open to a world of mystery unknown to men. Given good luck, you climb, you calmly rise, get back before they notice with your prize. And once you've brought them here, brought them to light, you call that heroic pair out of the night, reveal their phantom forms to human eyes.
What now?
Now let your being downward strive. Stamp and you sink. Stamp, you'll return alive. Will the key prove perfect? That's my chief concern. I'm curious to know if in return.
You still owe us the spectacle of the ghosts. The Emperor's waiting. Implement your boast.
But that is why my crony has departed. He has been well briefed how to start it and has to make most special efforts, locked away quietly. The fact is, the man who has to raise this prize of beauty requires the highest art which wizards practice.
What arts you use is an irrelevance. The Emperor wants the show to start at once.
A word, sir. You see my clear complexion, but in the summer it won't bear inspection. Hundreds of brownish freckles come out then to my disgust all over my milk-white skin. A cure.
Pity, such a glowing jewel to get spots in May like a leopard cub. It's cruel. Take frogs' spawn, toads' tongues, mix well with a spoon, duly distilled by the light of the full moon, and when it wanes, apply it undiluted. Come the spring, your spots will be uprooted.
Oh, frogs.
The crowd press round to get in your good graces. I have a frozen foot. I crave a cure. It hinders me when I try to show my paces and makes even my curtsying unsure.
Permit a stamp of my foot upon your own.
That usually suggests some amorous leaning.
Child, when I do it, there's a deeper meaning. Homeopathy will cure each part concerned. Foot heals foot, and so with every member. Watch out. A stamp from me won't be returned.
Oh, it burns. So hard a stamp, to be sure. It was like a hoof.
Oh, that's just part of the cure. Now you can dance your fill, you will discover. Go, foot it under the table with your lover.
I'm in love.
Oh.
They say I am too young.
I no longer know whom to answer in this throng. You, the youngest girl, don't pin your hopes on her. Those more advanced will think you worthier.
Thank you.
More lions still fighting with fist and tooth. I must in the end fall back upon the truth, the worst expedient. But I'm troubled so. Oh, mothers, mothers, please let Faust go. Already the lights in this hall are burning low as the whole court begins to rise and go. Already they are gathering in the ancient hall of the knights, so vast, yet it seems too small. On each wide wall a tapestry tells its tale. Corner and niche are hung with coats of mail. There's no need here, I think, for a magic word. A ghost would find this place of its own accord.
Though long the announcer at this theatre, the secret rule of the spirits baffles me. In vain one ventures upon rational grounds to analyze their confused authority. Chairs and stools are ready for the audience. The Emperor's seat is just before the stage, where he can see with the maximum of comfort the tapestried battles of the heroic age. So, now that all are duly settled here, we all are ready. Let the ghosts appear.
As prompter, I trust none will find me slack, since prompting are the devil's special knack.
Before our eyes appears, through sorcery, an ancient temple, massive as can be. Welcome with reverence the star-favoured hours. Let reason be subdued by magic powers. On the other hand, grant a fair course and free to exalted and audacious fantasy. What you boldly wish, let now your minds receive it. Impossible, which is why you must believe it. In priestly robes and wreath, a miracle man will now fulfill what he in hopes began.
In your name, mothers, each upon your throne, in the infinite, eternally alone, and yet in company, around you weave the forms of life, which move but do not live. And you, omnipotent powers, apportion it to the tent of day or to the vault of night. And some are caught up in life's kindly wheel,
Others the wizard seeks with nerves of steel, and confidently lavishes what all desire, to see a miracle befall.
The glowing key has barely touched the censer, and the place is wrapped in a vapour, denser, denser, which filters in, and like a cloud comes gliding, stretched out, massed, interlaced, pairing, dividing. And now observe a phantom masterpiece. The clouds make music as they curve and crease. From airy tones wells up a mystery, and while they move, all turns to melody. The shaft of the pillar like the triglyph rings. I believe indeed that the whole temple sings. Now the mist drops, and from the veils it shed there steps a comely youth with a dancer's tread. Here ends my task. I have no need to name him. The charming Paris. Who would not claim him?
Oh, what a glow and strength of youthful manhood. A fresh-picked peach could hardly look so good.
Such finely drawn and sweetly swollen lips.
The sort of cup at which you might take sips.
He's very pretty, though not quite refined.
He could be a shade more soigné, to my mind. I think I detect the shepherd in his face, but of the prince and court, no, not a trace.
But he's half naked. He really is the charmer. To judge, we'd have to see him first in armour.
He sits down languorously, gracefully.
You might be comfortable on his knee.
He droops his arms so daintily over his head.
The bore. I would call that prohibited.
You gentlemen can pick holes in everyone.
To loll in the Emperor's presence, that's not done.
He's on the stage. He thinks he's quite alone.
Even the drama should respect the throne.
The dear boy's overcome. He's gently sleeping.
He'll be snoring next. Naturally. It's in keeping.
That is Helen. I should lose no sleep for her. She's pretty, but she's not my type.
Have I still eyes? Deep in my consciousness does the spring of beauty pour her vast largesse. My quest of terror brings a blissful prize. How dull and shuttered the world was to my eyes. It is you to whom all powers that stir in me, some of my passion, my propensity, love, adoration, frenzy, are tribute due.
Collect yourself. That role is not for you.
Good height, nice figure, but her head's too small.
Just look at that ugly foot. Won't do at all.
She draws near to the sleeper, soft and sly.
So plain beside that youthful purity.
Oh, enviable. A kiss. His cup is full. In public? But it's mad. Intolerable.
How has the boy deserved such favours?
Keep still. Be quiet. Let the ghost do what she will.
She steals away on tiptoe. And he wakes. And now she looks round. I expected just such tricks. He's dazed. It's something marvellous and new.
No marvel from the lady's point of view.
Now she turns round to him with modest grace.
I can see she feels he needs to be rehearsed. All the male sex are fools in such a case. He really and truly thinks that he's the first.
I'd swap places with that Paris like a shot.
But do you have the sex appeal he's got?
No more a boy, a daring hero now. Paris embraces her, which Helen must allow. He lifts his conquest in triumphant joy. Will he really bear her off?
Presumptuous boy! You dare? Are you deaf? This is too much. Stop! Stay!
But you yourself put on this phantom play.
One word more. What there remains to tell in this piece requires the name. The Rape of Helen.
Oh. The rape! I am here still. Do I count for nothing? This magic key, is it not in my hand? It led me through wastes and waves, through fear and loathing, through lonelinesses, here to this firm strand. Far though she was, she's now so near to me. I save her, and she's doubly dear to me. I'll try it, mothers, you mothers, grant it so. The man who has known her cannot let her go.
Faust, what are you doing? Look at him. He embraces her. and her form grows dim. He turns the key towards Paris. He marches on. He touches him. Oh, going, gone.
There you lie, Fausted, exhausted, in a dream. That's that. To burden oneself with fools, you see, in the end, does even the devil injury. Sleep on, unhappy Faust, led astray into the nets which bind a lover. A man whom Helen paralyzes cannot so easily recover. I look at ceilings, walls, and floor. They're all unchanged, exactly as before. Though the stained glass is murkier inside, spiders' webs have multiplied. The ink is dry, the paper has gone yellow, yet everything remains in place. Even this quill, which Faust once used to sell himself to the devil and forfeit grace. And here his old gown hangs on the same old hook. I really feel an inclination to slip you on, you smoke-warmed garment, and make out I'm a man of erudition. Come, cloak my shoulders' musty fur. Today I am Vice-Chancellor. Though the title is futility, where are the academics to acknowledge me?
Stairs are swaying, walls are shaking, and the door with bolt and bar magic powers have thrown ajar. Oh God, how terrible! A giant stands in Faust's old gown defiant. As he stares and beckons me, I feel I'm giving at the knee. Shall I run or shall I stay? Oh, what's in store for me today?
Come in, my friend. Your name is Nicodemus.
You know me. I'm so glad.
I do indeed. A student, though no lad, my moss-grown friend. A learned man like you sticks to his desk. He's nothing else to do. Your noble master, though, he knows the game. Your Dr. Wagner, he of worldwide fame in the academic world. He's now the ace. It's he alone who holds the world in place. No name or fame can now withstand him. He glows and sparkles at the centre. Even the name of Faust is darkened, and Wagner is your sole inventor.
Excuse me, honoured sir, if I've the face to tell you that is not the case, and all such thoughts are out of place. Since modesty is Wagner's modest part, the inexplicable disappearance of that great man affects his mind's coherence. He prays that Faust return to clear and cheer his heart. This room, just as in Dr. Faustus' day, untouched since he went far away, awaits its old proprietor. I hardly dare to enter, sir.
Where has your master vanished to? Bring me to him. Or him to you.
His interdict is so severe, I really don't know if I dare. His great work keeps him on a diet for months of quintessential quiet.
The bell rang out, appallingly. These sooty walls felt the vibration. No longer can uncertainty protract my tensest expectation. Already the darknesses are clearing. And in the file's heart already, like a live coal, it's burning steady. I must not lose it like before. Oh, God, who's rattling on the door?
Hello, sir.
I come here as a friend.
Welcome. You come at a crucial moment, but please don't breathe a word of comment. I have all but ended my great undertaking.
Oh, what is it then?
A man is in the making.
A man? And what enamoured couple have you got locked up in your furnace?
God forbid. We declare all that a farce, that common mode of him and herness, the tender point from which life sprang at first, the gracious power which pressed within and burst and took and gave, destined to shape its throne and make the near and then the far its own, that power is now enthroned from high employment. An animal may still find that it gives enjoyment, but man, with his great gifts, must now begin to look for a higher origin. See how it glows. Now there is a real chance that the myriad ingredients which we have mixed, the mixture is the seed of human stuff by gradual synthesis, in an alembic such as this, subdued to due catalysis, may quietly make the experiment succeed. The stuff evolves, more clearly moving, conviction stronger proving. The mystery that in nature earned one's praise, we dare essay by rational incubation. And what she managed in organic ways, we bring about by crystallization.
A man of years and much experience will very rarely find himself surprised. During my wander years, I've seen plenty of human beings crystallized.
It rises, flashes, will concrete. A moment, and the work's complete. The glass rings out through some endearing power. It clouds. It clears. The climax must arrive. I see a charming little man. Dainty outlines come alive. What can we now? What can the world ask more? The mystery lies within our reach. We should just listen to this tenuous sound, becoming voice, becoming speech.
Well, Dad, how are you? I've done my best. So come on, hold me warmly to your chest. But not too tightly, do not break the glass. That is the way things are for us. The cosmos hardly contains the natural kind. We artificial men must be confined. And you're here, cousin, up to your usual pranks. But just in time, so please accept my thanks. I'm glad you've kept us company. While I exist, I must show energy. I'd like to gird myself for work this minute. You have the skill to help me to begin it.
Just one word first. Till now, when I was harassed by old and young with problems, I was embarrassed. For instance, nobody could grasp precisely how soul and body are joined up so nicely in such a bond as nothing could dissever, and yet they spoil each other's days forever. And furthermore...
Hold on. I'd ask more gladly why man and woman get along so badly. Start on this course, my friend, you'll find no land. Our little man wants work. There's work on hand.
What is on hand?
That way. Show your talents there, on Dr. Faust. Still fast asleep, it seems.
You are the loveliest little boy, I swear.
Most interesting. He's lost in lovely dreams. Clear waters in a grove, and girls undress visions of beauty, each lovelier than the other. But one surpasses all the rest in loveliness, born of the highest heroic or godly line. She dips her foot in the transparent brilliance. Her queenly body's grace and flame of life cools itself in the crystal waves' resilience. But
What's this sudden whir of swift wings crashing into the placid mirror, rushing, plashing? The girls take fright and run away. The queen remains, however, gazing, still serene, and with a proud and feminine joy she sees the Prince of Swans come nestling to her knees.
Oh, what a far-fetched tale you have to answer. A little fellow, but a big romancer. I can see nothing.
Granted, you, brought forth and reared in the fog age of the north, in a mush of chivalry, popery, how could you have eyes to see? You're at home in obscurity.
What?
Blackened stones, mouldy, obscene, Gothic and crooketed and mean. And if Faust wakes, new troubles lie ahead. Staying here forever, he will be dead. Woodland springs, swans, and naked beauties, this was the way his dreaming ran. How could he endure this place? All my pliancy scarcely can. So find him somewhere better.
Yes, but how?
I've just thought. It's around now they hold the classical Walpurgis night, the very happiest accident. Bring Faust to his own element.
The classical one? I've never heard of that.
How could your ears have even caught a word of it? Romantic phantoms only are known to you. A genuine phantom must be classic too.
All right, but what's your aim? That is the question. My Hellenic colleagues give me indigestion.
Northwestward, Satan, lies your pleasure ground. Today it is southeastward we are bound. Through a great plain, Paneos freely takes his bush-bound, tree-bound course through quiet lakes.
Oh, the Greeks were never up to much. They daze you with licensed sensuality which betrays you into committing sins which look like fun. Our sins seem gloomy by comparison. Yeah, and now what?
Well, you're not in general shy. And when I tell you of Thessalian witches... I've roused your interest, haven't I?
Thessalian witches? Really? Those are ladies I've long been curious about. But to spend nights on nights with them is not all pleasure, I much doubt. Still, just a call to experiment.
Bring here the cloak and throw it round our knight. The magic cloth, as in the past, will bear the two of you all right. I'll light the way.
And I?
Ah, well now, you. You stay. You have important things to do. Old parchments to unroll, and as directed, the elements of life to be collected. This will achieve your goals for you. A rich reward befits such efforts. Wealth, honour and fame, a lengthy life of health and knowledge. And it's possible virtue too. Goodbye.
Goodbye. This leaves me broken-hearted. I fear we two forevermore are parted.
Sleep still, Faust. Up on my shoulder I'll carry you over cloud and boulder away to Paneas. Quick, let's go. Do not despise my small relation. In the end we all depend, you know, on creatures of our own creation.
Night's feast of fear, as often in time past, I enter now, Erictho, I, the sombre one. Not so abhorrent as the obnoxious poets slander and travesty me, who never stop praising and blaming. Now I can see the valley, blanched far and wide by the waves of ancient tents, the after-view of that sorrowful, fearful night, how often already repeated, and to repeat itself always into eternity. Neither will yield his rival the empire, and no one yields it to him who got it by force and forcefully rules it. For each, though he cannot govern his inner self, would only too gladly govern his neighbour's will as his own proud mind dictates. But here at Pharsalus was fought a master model, to prove how might opposes greater might, and tears to shreds the lovely thousand-petalled wreath of freedom, while the stiff laurel twists around the royal head. Here Pompey the Great had dream of early burgeoning greatness. There wakeful Caesar watched the wagging tongue of the balance. It is time to measure their strength, and the world knows who won. The watchfires glow and spread their red largesse of flames. The soil breathes out reflection of shed blood. And lured by the rare and marvelous gleam of the night, the legion of Greek legend keeps its rendezvous. Round every fire there wanders anxiously or sits at ease some fabulous figure of ancient time. The moon, not yet at the full, but shining clear, rises and spreads on all a gentle gleam. The mirage of the tents fades. The fires burn blue. But above me, what is this unexpected meteor? A light and lightning the terrestrial ball. I scent a waft of life. It is unwise for me to come near living things to whom I am harmful. That brings me ill repute and helps me not at all. Already it is descending. Careful! I shall depart.
Over fires and fears of horror, one more flight around the circle. Vale and dale are like a mirror in which everything is spectral.
As through some old window showing northern chaos, northern fear, here I see repugnant phantoms. Feel at home, yes, even here.
Look, in front, a towering figure strides away as if to flee us.
Probably alarmed to see us gliding through the air above her.
Let her stride. But Faust, your hero, set him down upon the earth. Life returns at once. This legend realm is where he seeks rebirth.
Where is she?
We can't say, I fear. But like as not you'll find out here. From flame to flame pursue the trail.
I, too, am in my element here. And the best course I know for our good cheer is that each person through the fires seeks such adventures as himself requires.
To find the secret of creation, I must disappear.
Here. Through a miracle. Here in Greece. I stand on her soil as if returning to my homeland. And through my sleep, a spirit glowed and fanned. So, tempered like Antaeus, here I stand. And finding here phantoms and spectres thronging, search through this maze of flames with eager longing.
No Helen to be found in sparks and ashes. Let's try to trace her where Paeneus splashes. Branches concealed beside the poplar stream.
Beware of them.
This very sing-song
has conquered men of great esteem.
The sphinx's consort with things degrading. Listen, here we come parading. Here we sing in tones melodious. We the sirens rule this place.
Force them to come down, for riding in those branches they are hiding hideous hawk claws. They'll decoy you, fall upon you and destroy you, should you listen to their song.
Well, these are pretty innovations where throat and strings make permutations and braid the notes that flowered apart. It's lost on me, such playful babbling, for though my ears must feel their scrabbling, it does not penetrate my heart.
Your heart? Don't mention it.
It's useless.
A leather bottle.
Shrunk
and useless.
Would better fit a face so tart.
How wonderful. I'm glad to see their features. Such great, strong lines in such repulsive creatures. A sphinx like this saw Oedipus stand in hope. Such sirens made Ulysses writhe in rope.
Today you seem to relish sights which previously you cursed and banned. When a man seeks his love, he'll take even a monster by the hand.
You sphinxes with the features of a woman. Tell me, has any one of you seen Helen?
Helen? Helen?
Before her day, our day was past.
Hercules killed the last of us.
The last. You'd best ask Callow. He may know.
He rides a white horse on this spirit night. If you can stop him, you've started right.
May you not once more be cheated. When Ulysses rode at anchor, listening to us free from rancor, he learned much and could repeat it. If you set yourselves in motion to our green domains of ocean, all our wisdom we will give you.
Let them not, my lord, deceive you. Whereas Ulysses was self-bound,
let our good counsel be your guide.
Find noble Chiron on his ride,
and what we've promised will be found.
Sway my rushes with your whispers. Gently breathe, bereaded sisters. Rustle, willows by my river. Lisp, my poplar twigs a-quiver towards my interrupted dream. Some frightening premonition wakes me. Some strange and vast commotion shakes me from my rest. My rippling stream.
My ears are not mishearing. From behind these interleaving arbours, from behind these bushes, comes a sound like human voices.
To lie on our margin would suit you the best.
Revive in our coolness the limbs that need rest.
And find here the peace that you never found true.
We rustle and ripple and whisper to you.
But I'm awake. Oh, keep them dominant, these lovely forms. These forms preeminent, just as my eye projects them there. Are they a dream? A memory? Yes, once I dreamt what I now see. The waters sidle through the freshness of dense and gently moving bushes, not rushing, hardly rippling past. And from 100 points a runnel converges towards a crystal funnel, one level spreading bath at last. The limbs of women young and supple, the liquid mirror proffers double to the beholder's wondering eye. But I looked further to the screen of leaves which hides their lovely queen. Now new marvels. Swans are coming, from their hidden waters swimming, moving with royal poise and grace. But one above all others vaunts his superiority and flaunts his prowess in the race. Billowing feathers swell and show him himself a wave with waves below him, pressing towards that secret place. The other swans swim hither, thither, in all their tranquil sheen of feather, and soon in splendid strife contend to distract each timid beauty, so she will forget her duty and the queen she should defend.
Come, my sisters, lay your ear on the river's grassy roof. Unless I am deceived, I hear the thudding of a horse's hoof. I wish I knew what courier might be galloping so fast tonight.
A noise like thunder getting nearer. Now the sound is getting clearer. Can this rider help me find her? Now he gallops up at speed. He seems to be the man I need. The horse is white as dazzling snow. I know him now. He is the one. Philora's celebrated son. Stop! Chiron! Stop! For what I want to know.
Well, what is it?
Slow down, don't go.
I never rest.
Then take me with you too.
Come up then. Now, let me make my own inquiry. Where are you bound for? Standing on this bank? I am prepared to serve you as a ferry.
Where you may choose. I must forever thank you, the great man, the noble pedagogue, who to his fame brought up an heroic race, the fair fraternity of the Argonauts, and all who built a world for bards to grace.
Leave that. It is irrelevant. As mentor, even Pallas is low-rated. In the end, they carry on just in the way they want, as though they were never educated.
The sage who gives each plant its name, who knows what powers each root can claim, healing the sick and comforting the old. I embrace him with my body and my soul.
Heroes who near me suffered hurt, I could advise and help when younger. But in the end I left my art to parish priest and simple monger.
You are the man who's truly great. One single word of praise you hate. Modest escape is all you seek, and make believe you're not unique.
Your praise, though feigned, is far from feeble. You flatter prince no less than people.
You must admit, say what you may, you saw the greatest heroes of your day. You rivaled those who waged the noblest strife. As a demigod, you lived a strenuous life. But among those figures of heroic fame, who did you consider worthiest of the name?
In Argo's august compliment, each man was good according to his bent. The power in each man's soul prevailing helped him to remedy his fellows' failing. Castor and Pollux always won the crown, where youth and beauty weighed the balance down. When courage and quick thinking were in demand, the Boreads always gave a helping hand. Reflective, powerful, shrewd, a man of parts, well fits Jason, dear to women's hearts. Orpheus, becalmed in gentle contemplation, struck the lyre beyond man's emulation. Sharp-sighted Lynceus, by day and night, brought holy Argo safe through rock and bite. Courage is only proved in company, where one man's deeds win general eulogy.
And Hercules, why not mention him?
Oh, please, don't make my old eyes swim. He was so born to be a king. A youth, looked royal through and through, though subject to his elder brother, and to the loveliest women too. Earth will not bear his like again, nor he be ground to heavenly throne. No matter how the poet flogs his pen, or how the sculptor's tortures stone.
Let them presume they never can truly portray that conqueror. You have described the noblest man, the loveliest woman. What of her?
Oh, woman's beauty is skin deep, too often a mere frozen form. My praise is only she can reap, whose life is a fountain, glad and warm. Beauty remains blessed to itself, and grace is irresistible, like Helen's, who once rode on me.
You carried her? Oh, help me, or I'm finished. How, and when, and where? Helen is all I ever wanted. On what road did you carry her?
This request is quickly granted. Castor and Pollux then had just released their little sister from a robber's nest. The robbers, unaccustomed to defeat, soon rallied and came storming in pursuit. Then the Eleusis marshes blocked our way, and caused the hasting three delay. The brothers waded, I splashed and swam across. Then she sprang down and stroked the tresses of my wet mane, and with caresses thanked me. So self-aware, so sweetly wise, how her young charms delighted my old eyes.
Just 10 years old?
Ha! I see the academicians have hoaxed you like themselves with their editions. A mythical woman is a special case. Poets present her as she seems in place. She neither matures nor grows old, remains enchanting to behold, is born off young and courted in her youth. Enough! The poet sees in time a different truth.
Let Helen no longer by time's bonds be bound, for even after death Achilles found her outside all time. What a rare chance, how great, to wrest one's love out of the hands of fate. And shall not I, imbued with wild desires, draw into life that form the world admires, that eternal being born to be divine, in whom soft grace and height of soul combine? You saw her once. I saw her this very day, as lovely and alluring as a man could pray. And now my mind, my being are captured fast. Unless I win her, I have lived my last.
Strange man. As a human being, you are entranced. Spirits will find it madness far advanced. But we meet opportunely here. Just for a little moment every year I visit Manto, the great prophetess, whom I most love of all the Sibyl Guild. Not frantic, but beneficently mild. She will succeed, and quickly, be assured, in making you by herbs completely cured.
Cured I refuse to be. My mind is firm. Can I be like the rest? Not man, but worm?
Do not pass by this well of saving grace. Be quick, dismount. We have reached the place. Look up. It's looming near, the eternal temple in the moonlight here.
Who's on the ground? My temple steps resound. Demigods have come to pay a visit.
You are right. So wake up, or you'll miss it.
Welcome. I see you are still on the roam.
And you are still in your templed home.
Still ever tireless, running riot.
Still ever dwelling fenced in quiet, while I love circling ceaselessly.
I wait, and time revolves round me. And this man?
This notorious night has swirled and washed him to this sight. It's Helen that with frenzied heart, Helen that he wants to win, but knows neither where nor how to start. A most deserving patient.
Dear to me the man who woos impossibility. Step in, bold man, towards joys benign. This pitch-dark passage leads to Proserpine, where deep beneath Olympus she grants proscript audience secretly. Orpheus, I smuggled him in here by art. Use your chance better. Quick, take heart.
Plunge into Peneus' wave.
There to swim and splash is fitting. Raising songs and songs repeating, which unhappy people crave. Lacking water, none is well. Let us all our forces hasten to the glad Aegean basin, where the waves all joys foretell.
And Faust seeks Helen in the mist of time and legend. May she keep her tryst. While Manto shows him round the nether sphere, I will try to get her Trojan women here. Where they lead, she will follow as their queen, when I disguise myself as someone less obscene. But what's this? Through those trees there goes a light which most discreetly glows. How nicely things turn out for us. It is my friend Homunculus. Well, little man, where are you bound?
From place to place I hover round and hanker in the proper sense for birth, feeling so eager to break my glass apart. But what I have so far seen on earth does not encourage me to start. Still, don't repeat this, my good creature. I'm on the trail of two philosophers.
Oh.
I listened, and their cry is nature, nature. I will stick close to them. I take it they know about earthly essence, what can make it. So in the end I might find out the wisest means to bring my birth about.
All you'll get is vapid mumbo-jumbo if you ask philosophers what they know. To satisfy their knowledge-hungry clients, they feed them scraps of superstitious science. It makes more sense to learn from your mistakes. The wish to live your life is all it takes.
Still, good advice is not a thing to flout.
Go on, then. We shall see how it turns out.
Your mind is stiff and will not bow. What further argument is needed now?
The wave will bow to all the winds that play, but from the rugged cliff it holds away.
It was volcanic gas produced this cliff.
In moisture is the genesis of life.
Allow me to eavesdrop on this. I too desire a genesis.
Have you, Thales, ever in one night produced from slime a mountain of such height?
Never were nature and her living floods confined to day and night and periods. Each form she fashions with due providence, and even in great things there's no violence.
Oh, but here there was. A fierce plutonic fire, explosive gases of Aeolia burst through that ancient crust of level ground, so a new mountain might at once be found.
Where will this argument lead us in the end? There stands your mountain. That is good, my friend. Arguing like this is just another way of leading good but gullible folk astray. Now then, my little seeker after truth, tell us, what is the secret of eternal youth?
Well, Thales, I could scarcely be believed speaking as one who has yet to be conceived.
Conceived? And given birth to boot? To solve this problem at the root, I think we'll need to ask Rees the clairvoyant, if he'll see us.
Though Thessalian sorceresses have till now in night's distresses drawn you down to impious dark.
Moon, look calmly from your ark on these trembling waves a glimmer, on this revelry and shimmer. Shed thy light on this commotion, rising from the breast of ocean. Ever ready slaves of thine, Luna, kindly on us shine.
Will he, do you think?
Well, we can try. I'll pay a call on him with you. His cave's not far at all. But he's a hard old nut to crack, a real old misery, in fact. The crotchety old soul can't find 1 ounce of good in all mankind. Yet, since he reads what is to be, he is respected generally and honoured as a kind of pundit. He has helped a lot of people too.
Let's knock and see if that is true. I think my glass and flame will stand it.
Human voice, is it now, Callow? What sudden chivalry fills me to the core? Creatures that making godhood their endeavour remain condemned to be themselves forever, entitled from of old to godly rest. Yet I was forced to benefit the best, and now I see the way events surprise them. It's just as if I never had advised them.
And yet, old Seabeard, you retain men's trust. Don't drive us off. You are the sage. Be just. Look at this flame. Human enough? Well, he will follow your advice implicitly.
Advice! With men never a potent factor. A wise word freezes in a stubborn ear. However angry actions scold the actor, people remain as willful as before. Paris, I warned him with a father's care before his lust caught Helen in a snare. On the Grecian shore he stood there bold, and what I saw in spirit I foretold. Air rank with smoke, and fire clouds wreath on wreath, the rafters red, murder and death beneath. Troy's defeat, enshrined in the poet's page, famous and feared from age to age. The shameless youth despised what age could tell. He laughed and went his way, and Ilium fell. A giant corpse, after long torment stiff, good eating for the birds on Pindus cliff. Ulysses, too. Did I not counsel him of crafty Circe and of Cyclops grim? His dallying, his feather-headed crew, and God knows what. But what good did it do? Until much buffeted and late and sore, a kind wave cast him on a friendly shore.
Though such behavior give the wise man pain, the good man will give counsel once again. A dram of thanks to make his heart feel good will far outweigh tons of ingratitude. And our request is not a thing to scorn. This boy here wishes to be wisely born.
Don't spoil my rare good humour. Rare, it's true. Today, I've very different things to do. I have just summoned hither all my daughters, the Dorides, the graces of the waters. Neither Olympus nor your soil can yield a life that moves so sweetly, looks so good. They leap, describing the most graceful courses, from the sea dragon onto Neptune's horses, and with the elements are so at home. They even seem to dance upon the foam. Go away. Don't spoil a father's joy. I'd hate to lose my temper with the boy. Talk to Proteus. Ask him to relate how something can be born and change its state.
This step has got us nowhere. If by chance you do catch Proteus, he dissolves at once. And should he stay, he tells you in the end only what staggers and confounds the mind. But after all, you really want to know. So let's look for Proteus. Shall we go?
What is that distant motion more? That gliding through the ocean, gliding.
As though by winds contriving, we saw white sails arriving.
White sail.
So bright for contemplation, those nymphs' transfiguration.
Climb down, down. My heart rejoices to listen to their voices. Listen.
Where are you, Proteus?
Here. And here. And here.
I forgive you your old game of far and near, but spare your friends such tantalizing. I know that you're ventriloquizing.
Bye now.
He's very near. You're light. Look sharp. He's as inquisitive as a carp, and if he keeps his shape the same, you can decoy him with a flame.
Flame? Fine.
As many as I've got, so long as my capsule doesn't get too hot.
Through the frothing waves I hurtle. I swim much better as a turtle. What's this, shedding such a lovely light?
Good. But why not come closer if you like the sight? Don't let a little effort spoil your fun. Appear to us next in the shape of a man. You want to see what we've concealed? Come right up close, and all will be revealed.
I see you're up to all the tricks of earth.
My friend Homunculus is interested in birth.
Gracious! A flaming midget! That is neat.
He needs advice. He wants an origin. He was, as he himself related, most wondrously, but only half created. Till now, his glass is all that gives him weight. But next, he yearns to be incorporate.
I see. A product of a virgin birth. You've come before your time on Earth.
Something else about him could be critical. I think he's probably hermaphroditical.
So much the better for him, too. However he arrives, he'll do. But this needs no deliberation. In the wide ocean you must seek creation. There, in a small way you begin, glad to devour the smallest creatures, then slowly grow through valve and fin, and thus evolve to higher forms and features.
The breeze here blows so teasingly, a scent as after rain. It pleases me.
I well believe it, dearest child. And further on it's far more pleasant. On that thin spit, the air's so mild that none can tell what aura's present. Come with me there.
And so will I.
How triple quick we spirits fly.
Earthly traffic, low or high, is always merely drudgery. Waves are what I thrive in. I'll change into a dolphin and take you there.
Accept that sensible solution. Start at the start of evolution. Enlisted in a rapid plan, proceed by everlasting norms through myriads of living forms with time enough to reach to man.
Wanderers by night might take this moon levee for delusion. Spirits are of different make, and not such the true conclusion. Doves they are, who fly attendant on my daughter's moving shell. Ages past have taught them well such a flight, unique, transcendent. It's you, Galatea!
What bliss! Oh, stay, my dolphins. I long to see this. Stay. Please stay.
Already over? They pass over in oscillation and gyration. What do they know of my consternation? Oh, if only they could take me yonder. And yet one single glimpse can cheer and last me for another year.
Hail! Once more hail! How I bloom and regale on beauty's and truth's penetration. Everything live is water's creation. Water keeps all things young and vernal. ocean, grant us your rule eternal. Clouds, were it not for you sending them, nor fertile brooks expending them, rivers hither and thither bending them, and streams not fully tending them, then what would be mountains? What plains and earth? It's you who give living life its worth.
Among this gracious wetness, whatever meets my brightness is ravishing and fair.
Among this vital wetness, your light has now such brightness, its tone is rich and rare.
What secret unknown mid the hosts in the night is now to be shown to our wondering sight? What flames round the shell at the goddess's feet, now flaring up mighty, now lovely, now sweet, as though it were moved by the pulses of love.
Homunculus. Proteus beguiled him above. For these are the signs of desire overriding, this anguish of booming, what grief is betiding. The bright throne will smash him to pieces, no doubt. Now it flames, now it flashes, and pours itself out.
What marvel of fire makes them scintillate thus as they clash and expire? So it shines and it shakes and makes everything bright. Those bodies, they glow on their course through the night, with fire all-encompassing, swirling and spinning. Now let Eros be Lord, who gave all things beginning.
Hail to ocean!
Hail the waves! Which this sacred fire enslaves!
Hail to water!
Hail to fire! Hail the daring of desire!
To golden Greece Faust has now withdrawn, unable in the underworld to find his Helen. But Mephistopheles, his wily guide, has brought to the castle the Trojan queen. Disguised as Delphi's oracle, the Pythonissa, he has persuaded Helen to mortal, married life.
Headstrong and headlong fools, only too truly women. Dependent on the moment, playthings of the weather, of good luck and of bad luck. And neither good nor bad can you ever endure with calm.
One of you always violently contradicts her neighbour.
To be contradicted in turn.
Joy or sorrow, your screaming, your laughter sound the same. Now silence! Wait and listen to what our mistress, high-minded, may resolve on her behalf and ours.
Where are you, Pythonissa? Whatever your disguise, step out from the vaulted porch of this sombre castle. Maybe you went to find that wonderful hero prince to announce my coming, ensure me a fair reception. If so, receive my thanks and take me quickly to him. I want an end to wandering. Rest is all I wish.
In vain, Queen Helen, you gaze on all sides round you here. That hideous form is vanished. Maybe she remained there in that cloud in which ourselves, I don't know how, came here so quickly, though we never took one step. Maybe again she roams the dubious labyrinth of this fantastic castle, this huge many-in-one, procuring from its lord a lovely welcome for you. But see, already, above there, stirring already, thronging the galleries, thronging the windows, and through the portals bustling hither and thither. See, what a crowd of servants! This indicates for us, the guests, a courteous welcome.
My heart opens up. Look, over there. With what modest approach, with what lingering steps, most beautiful boys descend in discreet and well-ordered procession. But how? Whose command has trained and disposed them so prompt to appear, this glorious breed of youth in its bloom? What most to admire? Their delicate walk, or the curls of the head round the shine of the brow? Or maybe their cheeks, which are red as the peach, and peach-like are brushed by the softness of down. I wish I could bite them, but tremble to try. To eat of Sodom's fruit is rash, in the mouth it turns to ash. Ah, but the loveliest are coming now. What do they carry? Steps for the throne, carpet and throne, curtain and canopy fit for the throne. Over and over it folds, it falls in a cloud pavilion over Helen's head. Helen, already invited, has mounted the sumptuous throne. Come then and gravely form in your ranks on the steps of the throne. Worthy, oh worthy, 3 times worthy of Helen, let such a reception be blessed.
If on this man the gods have not, as they often do, conferred for a short time only, admirable form and stately bearing and lovable presence, if these are not a short loan only, then on every occasion what he begins will succeed, whether in battle of men or in that lesser warfare with fairest women. Far preferable indeed is he to many others, whom I myself in my time have seen made much of. With slowly solemn, reverently leisurely steps, I see Prince Faust approach. Great Queen, turn round!
If, Queen Goddess, my unpreparedness appalls you, let me beg forgiveness. Instead of most solemn greeting, as was due, instead of respectful welcome, I present you my servant here, tightly bound in chains, who, failing in his duty, made me fail in mine. Lynceus, kneel down before this queen of women, and make her full confession of your guilt. This man, exalted empress, is my watchman, employed to look around from my high tower with rare far-sightedness, and keenly scan heaven's spaces out there, and sweeps of earth, for what may there or here announce itself, for what may move from circling hills to vale and up to my strong fort, where the waves of cattle, or maybe a marching army. Those we protect, the others we resist. But today, this lapse, you... Helen, come. He gives no word. We fail to give that fullest welcome which we owe to such an exalted guest, and for this crime his life is forfeit. He would lie already bleeding in well-earned death, but you alone must punish or must pardon, as you choose.
This so high office you confer on me as judge, as ruler, even if it were only to test me, as I must presume, yet I, as judge, must do the law's first duty, to hear the accused. Lynceus, defend yourself.
Let me kneel and let me gaze. Let me die or let me live. Here and now myself I give to this God-given woman's praise. Waiting for the joyful dawn, looking to the eastern sky, from the south there burst a sun like a miracle to my eye. Southward, it was not the hills, not the vales my vision held, not the vasts of earth and sky. It was she, the unparalleled. Orientating eye and heart, her gentle glory gluts my mind. This all-blinding beauty left me, poor Lynceus, wholly blind. I forgot the watchman's duty, the horn that I was sworn to blow. Threaten to kill me if you will. Beauty lays all anger low.
The evil which I brought it is not for me to punish. What harsh destiny dogs my life so to bewitch against my will everywhere the hearts of men, that they neither spare themselves nor anything else that is worthy? plundering, seducing, fighting, ravaging all and sundry, half gods, heroes, gods, and demons too. They have carried me hither and thither in a maze. If I once embroiled the world, I have done so twice, and now bring threefold, fourfold troubles on. Remove this innocent prisoner, let him go. Let no disgrace strike one the gods have fooled.
I am astounded, Queen, that in one glance I see the archer sure, the prey she struck. I see the bow which fired the shaft at Lynceus and wounded him. But arrow after arrow now strike me. I feel their crisscross everywhere, feathered and whirring through my keep and court. What am I now? You make my trustiest servants at one blow rebels, and you make my ramparts unsure. Now even my army, I'm afraid, must obey the conquering, never-conquered woman. What then remains but to transfer to you myself and all I wrongly thought was mine? At your feet, let me, as your loyal knight, acknowledge you my sovereign, who no sooner appeared than she acquired my wealth and throne. All I own is hers. Let the treasure vault sparkle like dancing skies, prepare a heaven of lifeless life, and fit for Helen's tread. At once let flowery carpets be unrolled, carpet on carpet, so that Helen's foot falls upon softness, and her glance, which blinds all but the gods, may find a matching splendor.
My lord's command is easy to obey. His servant finds such orders mere child's play. Beside the glory of her form, the sun is neither bright nor warm. Beside the riches of her face, all the world is empty space.
I should so like to speak to you. But mount these steps and join me here. This other empty place calls for its master and secures me mine.
First, let me kneel and dedicate my heart to you, most noble lady, and the hand which raises me beside you. Let me kiss it. Confirm me as your consort in your realm, which knows no bounds, and win yourself in me a worshipper, servant, guardian, all in one.
Such manifold wonders fill my eyes, my ears. Amazement strikes me. I have many questions, but one thing I do wonder. Why that man's speech sounded so strange to me, strange and yet friendly. One sound appears to match itself to another, and when one word is welcomed by the ear, a second comes and gives it a caress.
If our traditional speech so soon delights you, oh, then for sure our song will steal your heart, sating the deepest wants of ear and sense. But it is safest if we try at once. Exchange of speech entices, calls for answer.
Then tell me how I too can learn this art.
Quite easy, it must issue from the heart. And when your longing overflows in you, you look around and ask,
who feels it too?
The soul neither looks beyond nor back from this, the present moment only.
Is our bliss.
Our treasure, our high prize, our promised land, and who confirms our right to it?
My hand.
Who is there could blame our mistress if she grant this castle's lord friendly signs of favour?
For in fact all of us here are prisoners, as we often have been, ever since Troy's ignominious downfall and the fearful labyrinth of our grim wanderings.
Already they sit close together, leaning against one another,
shoulder by shoulder, knee by knee.
Hand in hand they lean and loll, propped on the throne's cushioned imperial luxury.
Majesty has no compunction in wantonly indulging before the eyes of the people pleasures normally private.
I feel myself so far and yet so near, and feel so glad to say, I'm here, I'm here.
I hardly breathe, my speech is crippled, crossed. It is a dream, and time and place are lost.
I feel myself lived out, and yet new grown, inwoven with you, and true to the unknown.
What makes our rarest destiny, do not ask. To be, if only for a moment, is our task. And in this task we've both succeeded. Let us discard the past, it is no longer needed. Believe yourself to be the child of highest Godhead. You belong solely to the ancient world. No longer shall my keep confine you. Still fresh in youth's eternal flower, Arcadia near to Sparta offers us the privacy for many a joyous hour. Decoyed to dwell in blessed pastures, you fled to happiest destiny. Now let our throne become an arbour in free and happy Arcady.
Now that Faust and Helen are acquainted, I must rouse these Trojan ladies who have fainted. How long these girls have been sleeping, I do not know. And whether they saw in dream what I saw clear defined in flesh, that too I do not know, devil though I am disguised. Therefore I wake these young things. They will be astonished. Rise and shine. Wake up. Be quick. Shake loose your hair. Come on. Shake the sleep from your eyes. Stop blinking so and listen.
Oh, please do tell us. Has something wonderful happened? Best of all, we like to hear of things we no way can believe in, because we get so tired and bored gazing on these barren crags.
Children, you have scarcely scrubbed your eyes of sleep and bored already. Well then, listen. In these hollows, in these grottos, in these arbours, screen and shelter were provided, as for lovers in an idyll, for our Lord and for our Lady.
What, in a cave?
Separated from the world, and I alone was called to do them silent service. Oh, yes, for there a sudden laughter echoes through the roomy caverns, and I look. From Helen's lap a boy is jumping to the man's, from the father to the mother. Oh, the fondling and the dandling badinage of foolish love, screams of fun, shouts of pleasure, chop and change and deafen me. Naked, without wings a Cupid, fawn without fawn's bestial nature. Watch him spring on solid earth. But the earth, retaliating, whirls him high into the air, and with a second spring, a third, see, he skims the cavern roof. In his hand a golden lyre, all of him a small Apollo. Gleefully he steps to the edge, steps to the precipice. Oh, we marvel, and his parents in their rapture clutch each other to their breasts. You see that light around his head? Hard to tell what that is, gleaming golden ornaments. Or is it the flame of an overpowering spirit? And he moves with such fine grace that even as a boy he seems a future master of all beauty, through whose body the eternal melodies move. And if you listen, you will hear him. If you watch, you'll see him. And you'll marvel in unique amazement.
When you hear my songs of childhood, at once your own blood starts to sing. Watch me jump and dance, my parents. Enjoy the happiness I bring.
Love, as humans understand it, brings two noble souls together. But if nature has so planned it, adds a third to bring them closer.
Everything we wanted we have found. I am yours and you are mine, and we stand so closely bound. We'll never let this bond untwine.
Many happy years in union, gently by this gentle boy, heap themselves upon this couple. How their union gives me joy.
Let me run free and jump up high, to dare the breezes and scale the sky. Such passion fires me, though still a boy.
But careful what you do, lest an accident should injure you, and our dear son end all our joy.
I mean to linger no more on land. Leave go my finger, leave go my hand, leave go my hair, they are all my own.
Euphorian, think whose child you are. If you undermine that fine achievement, yours, his and mine, what disappointment.
Union, I fear, will too soon be spent.
Restrain, please restrain for love of us these desires that pain us. Impetuous, in this quiet country lighten our days.
For your sake only I pause and stay. Here I float lightly round girls that delight. Tell me, is the melody and the movement right?
Yes, that's how you begin. Now lead the maidens in intricate rows.
If you do it soon, for I find such tricks ruin my spirit's repose.
When on that skimming toe, over the earth you go, forward and backward dance, limb after limb advance, then is your aim complete, child of desire, all of our hearts on fire, lie at your feet.
You are like roe deer, nimble and tame. Now disappear, I want a new game. I am the hunter, you be the prey.
To catch up with us, you'll need to run. All that we long for when all's said and done is to embrace you, you star of day.
No! Through the forest, past bushes and trees, 2 easy victories mean nothing to me. Only what's hard won is worthwhile for me.
How willful he is, so frantic and wild. What more can we do to master the child? Listen, a sound like hunting horns rings over wooded valleys and mountain springs. What an uproar! What commotion!
No! I am
a child no longer! Bearing arms a young man comes, mixing with braver men and stronger. In spirit he has heard the drums. Away! Don't stay when glory's road with armies hums.
Scarcely called to life and scarcely granted to the cheerful day. From your dizzy heights you hanker to be famous, come what may. Are then we no family? Has our dream of union passed away?
You hear that thundering on the ocean? Cross thunders there from glen to glen? In dust and foam embattled armies, the tears and pangs of struggling men. Now this clear command I hear, I must die nor think again.
What a horror!
What a nightmare!
Are your orders then to die?
Should I look on from a distance at this bitter war? Not I!
The pride and the peril, death in his eyes.
Yes! And I spread out wings to the skies! Up there! I must fly! I must! Just let me fly!
Icarus! Icarus! Day becomes night.
Joy is enthroned, for pain to dethrone.
Don't leave me, Mother! In darkness, alone!
Not alone. Wherever you rest, always we shall claim to know you. Even though you flee the daylight, never can our hearts forgo you. To lament you would be wrong. Envy mixes with our grief. For your gifts of courage and of song give our sorrow some relief.
An ancient word proves true, sadly true even to me, that happiness and beauty cannot last together. The bond of life is snapped as is the bond of love. Lamenting both, I now say sorrowful farewell, and cast myself this once and last time in your arms. Queen of the underworld, receive my son and me.
Helen, my darling, my queen.
Hold fast what here remains to you of Helen. This robe, hold fast to it. Already demons are tugging at the corners, would be glad to drag it down to Hades. So hold fast. This robe, though not the goddess whom you lost, is godlike too. Make use of its high virtue which none could price, and soar on it aloft. It will soon bear you over all things common into wide skies, while your endurance last. We two shall meet again, far, far from here.
Gazing deep down on lonelinesses underneath my feet, I carefully walk along this mountainous razor edge, having left my vehicle of cloud, which once a robe through clear days bore me softly over land and sea. Gradually it now dissolves, slowly dispersing from me. Yearning eastward, that round and rolling mass of cloud now moves off, and my incredulous eye yearns after it in admiration. Look, it divides while moving, wave-like, mutable, yet means to assume a shape. Yes, now I see it clearly. On sun-radiant pillows, queenly stretched full length, but of gigantic size, a godlike woman's form. I see it. How like Juno, Leda. Helen, in lovely majesty, she floats before my eyes. But it breaks already, shapeless, spreading, towering. It lingers in the east like dazzling, distant ice caps to image forth the vast meaning of fleeting days. Yet, floating round me, a delicate, tenuous wisp of cloud on my breast and brow still cheers me, cool, caressing. Now lightly it rises, and higher, though lingeringly, spirits itself away. Some ravishing mirage, perhaps, of my most youthful, eagerly desired and highest good. Aurora's love, so light of touch, is tokened here. That quickly felt, first scarcely comprehended look, which, when I held it fast, outshone all precious things. Now, like the beauty of the soul, that graceful form ascends. It does not melt, but climbs the heights of sky, and takes away with it the best and inmost part of Faust.
Faust! 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 That's what I call my best foot first. But tell me where your wits have flown. Why did you land among these horrors, these evil dreams of yawning stone?
A mountain's noble silence is a joy to me. I needn't wonder how or why it came to be. When nature formed herself and the universe was founded, she made this ball of earth, compact and rounded. Mountain range and gorge gave her delight, lining up crag on crag and height on height.
What's that to me? Let nature go her way. The devil, too, to his credit, had his say. But what concerns me more is how you feel. Did nothing in our surface world appeal? Where measureless distance tells an endless story, the kingdoms of the world and all their glory. But you, who always hanker after more, did nothing tempt you out of all you saw?
Oh, yes. One great wish filled my breast. Guess it.
My friend, that's quickly guessed. Myself, I'd pick Metropolis. Those hives grown out of swarming bourgeois lives, mean winding alleys, steepling garrets, cramped markets, cabbage, onion, carrots, and stalls which blowflies haunt to purloin their greasy feasts from joint and sirloin. There at least you'll find some action among the din and putrefaction. Then the wide roads they call arterial, trying so hard to look imperial. And lastly, if that's where you want to go, suburbia's endless overflow.
No, that I find a poor solution. I'm glad that people multiply, and by hard work at least get by, and even get an education, but that's the way to foster revolution.
How can one guess at your ambition? Sublimely bold, it's safe to claim. Since you have soared so near the moon's position, maybe the moon is now your aim?
Oh no, no moon. This earthly circle still offers scope for great achievement. What I shall do will cause amazement. I want to attempt a miracle.
To win you glory. Oh, dear me, you've been with heroines, I can see.
I want to rule. I want to own glory. The action counts alone.
Yet there are poets I could name who can immortalize your fame and win you honours in the glory game.
No fear that you will catch on fire. How should you know what men desire? Your bitter malice, dour and dire, how should it know what men require?
Very well, then, you tell me, what is it you'd most like to see?
My eye was drawn out to the wastes of ocean, which reared up high, a concentrated tower, and then spread out and set its waves in motion to storm the far-flung levels of the shore. I thought it chance, and looked more closely. Then the wave stood still and then rolled back again, retreating from the target of its pride, but in good time renewed the thrust of tide.
It's nothing new, not for the devil's ears. I've known it for 100,000 years.
Thus, at a myriad points, up creeps the sea, infertile, spreading infertility. It swells and grows and rolls and hides from sight the dreary shore, that tract of waste and blight. There, wave after wave holds the land in thrall, and then draws back, improving nothing at all. It made me feel quite desperate to behold this aimless power of elements uncontrolled. But here my spirit dared a reckless flight. This battle is worth the winning, worth the fight. Thus plan on plan came crowding to my mind. Win for yourself, Faust, this precious pleasure. Lock out the mighty sea from the shore and measure narrower limits to his briny plain. Drive him far back into his own domain. Thus, step by step, I argued and invented. That is my wish. Now you implement it.
Perfectly simple. Hear those distant drums.
More war, a wise man's sorry when that comes.
Oh, war or peace, stay on the qui-vive. One takes one's pleasures from what others leave. One waits and watches for each likely chance. The chance has come. Faust, seize it and advance.
Don't pour such garbled nonsense in my ear. Come to the point. What do you mean? Be clear.
On my way here, I got information that our emperor is in desperation. You know the good man. When we cut him capers and played financial tricks with worthless papers, he thought the whole world was to be had, for he was crowned when still a lad, and liked to draw that false conclusion that it's desirable and fine and practicable to combine kingship and pleasure in collusion.
A great mistake. The man who is to rule must find in ruling his sole happiness. Those worthiest to wear the highest crown show self-restraint. Pleasure brings one down.
Not so, our man. It was pleasure at the helm for him, while anarchy dissolved his realm. Fort against fort, town against town, the guilds against the ermine gown, in churches blood and death. Beyond the gate, merchants and travellers met a common fate, and all grew brave, and to no small extent to live was self-defence. That's how it went.
It limped, stumbled, regained its feet, then toppled and fell rolling in the street.
And none dared say things went from bad to worse, for every man was desperate to be first. Even the least important tried to shine, till finally the best man drew the line and took up arms which they had seized and said, Our Lord is he who gives us peace. The Emperor can't and won't. Let us elect us a brand new Emperor to resurrect us, who will secure each subject's right, and in a world made new and bright, wed peace with justice to protect us.
Yeah, that sounds like priestcraft.
Priests were in it too, seeing that their well-fed bellies got their due. Thus the insurrection doubles, trebles. As the rebellion grew, they blessed the rebels, and our old emperor, whom we filled with mirth, comes here to fight. His last fight, perhaps, on earth.
I pity him. He was so good, so giving.
He ought to be thankful he's still living. Look down there. He's trapped in that gorge below. Let's free him and see how far his gratitude will go. Who knows which way the dice may fall? If we're in luck, the winner may take all. I see they've taken up a strong position. We'll join them, then they're sure of their ambition.
But what is there of substance in it? Will deceit and superstition win it?
What wins battles? Simple strategy of war. That is what this whole campaign is for. So keep your mind set on your aim. If we preserve the Emperor's throne and land, then you could kneel and justly claim the fief of all the boundless strand.
You have done much already. Now win a battle. Show me how.
No, you shall win it, believe you me. It's you today I see and see.
That's a problem I can do without ordering foreign mercenaries about.
Leave that to your general staff. Rely on them to keep your powder dry. War's ordure I knew long before. Now I've resolved to order war with mountain manpower, old as earth. Their general gets his money's worth.
Who are these monsters? Walking with such defiance, and armed to the teeth. A race of mountain giants?
No, just 3 helpers who happen to be there. You'll note of very different ages, with different weapons and different clothes to wear. You'll find these fellows worth their wages. Today, all children love to see bright armour, knightly or historic. And allegoric though my thugs may be, they'll please them all, because they're allegoric.
If a bloke looks right at me, I thump him until his head's a mass of lumps. And if he tries to get away from me, I grab his hair and pull it out in clumps.
What's the point of working hard for things? Snatch what you can get, that's my advice. No matter what they say the future brings, everything worth having has its price.
Small profit in that undertaking, great wealth one moment, then privation. The stream of life sweeps it away. It's one thing to take, another to hold things fast. And what an old man hoards, he means to last. I'll not be robbed till Judgment Day.
We come, sire, hoping you have no objection to offer our little band for your inspection. You know that mountain folk are skilled in tactics, having learned from nature many useful tricks.
I understand. I agree with what you say. But, my dear fellow, what use is this today?
Well, sire, perhaps I should remind you how loyally we and your army stand behind you. The enemy comes, your soldiers long to fight. Now order your attack. The moment's right.
Oh.
General, to you, with some relief, I give the baton of Commander-in-Chief.
I here resign all claims to the command. Prince, I confide my army to your hand.
Then, forward our right wing. The enemy's left are coming up, and this is their objective. An abortive thrust, because our loyal troops, young, fit, and tried, will make it ineffective.
Allow then that this valiant hero may be enlisted in your lines without delay, and thus incorporated in your ranks may add his strength to yours and earn your thanks.
Show your face to me, you'll soon be turning it away with both your jaws put through the mangle. Turn your back on me, one swipe leaves head and neck, a sticky, twisted mess to drip and dangle. Our centre phalanx. Move up gradually. Join action in full strength, but cautiously. On the right flank, They're finding things expensive. Our weight of arms has shattered their offensive.
Then order this man also to the fray. He's quick. Whatever he meets, he sweeps away.
To this brave army's blood and thunder, I shall now add the thirst for plunder. And let each man's objective be the rival emperor's grand marquis.
We such a harvest, such a catch. Women are savage when they snap, and ruthless when they rob, you see. Anything goes. Forward to victory!
On our left wing, as was to be foreseen, they've thrown their right in force. Now, man for man, we'll block this furious push, designed to take the narrow gorge where victory is at stake.
Deign, sire, to notice this man too. No wrong is done when someone strengthens what is strong.
The left need feel no more depression. My presence always guarantees possession. There is no target this old man can't hit. What I once hold, no lightning bolt can split.
Now see how in the background yonder, from where the rock teeth gape asunder, figures in armour forward forged to pack the narrows of the gorge, with helm and harness, shield and spear, forming a rampart in our rear, waiting their cue for battle. Sire, but where they come from, don't inquire. I've not been idle, should you doubt. I've cleared the armories round about. On foot and horse they stood as though they still were lords of the earth, you know, formerly knights, kings and kaisers, and now just empty snail shells, hollow visors. Many a phantom dressed up so engages to play unto the life the Middle Ages. Listen! They begin to show their metal, tin pot colliding with tin kettle, and by our standards, tattered flags are waving. They've waited long to satisfy this craving. Look closely. An ancient race now holds this height, prepared and glad to fight modern fights.
That hollow armour brought from vaults to light, the open air restores its ancient might. Yonder it rattles, jangles, clanks around, a wonderful, unreal sound.
Quite right, then. Now, beyond all stopping, listen then, knighthood's clouting, clopping. The good old days have found new life. Armlets and greaves are thronging thickly like Ghibelline and Guelph, and quickly renew their never-ending strife. Now, sounds of contrapuntal panic, with shriller notes in keys satanic, spread terror through the distant hills.
This must be the rival emperor's tent. Let's hope not all his treasure has been spent.
Didn't I tell you we'd be first in the queue?
There's no one quicker off the mark than you.
Oh, it's crammed full with treasure to the top. Oh, where can I start? Where will I stop?
Yes, the whole tent is full of stuff. Let's hope the two of us can carry enough.
I'll have this carpet here for sure. More comfy when I'm sleeping on the floor.
Here's a steel mace with nice long spikes.
Oh.
Just the sort of toy I like.
This scarlet cloak with a golden border. Just the kind of cloak I'd order.
With a mace like this, the job's soon done. You kill your man, and then pass on. Already found so much to pack? Come on. That's all rubbish in your sack. Useless junk like that can stay. Take one of these small chests away. They hold the wages for the troops. Pure gold inside these iron hoops.
Oh, my God, what a bloody weight. I can't lift or shift it, mate.
Then quick, bend down. Down. You won't crack. I'll hoist it on your sturdy back.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you'll cripple me. Oh, let's leave it here. It's far too heavy.
There. There lies the red gold in a heap. Down on your knees and rake it up.
Sure, that'll be a pleasure.
What are you two doing here? Rummaging through the Emperor's treasure?
You hire our bodies when it suits. Now we collect our share of loot from captured tents as soldiers do, and don't complain. We're soldiers too.
I'm sorry, with us that's just not done. Soldier and dirty thief in one. Our Emperor would never welcome a recruit who's not an honest man to boot.
Oh, honesty, is it? Yes, we know that game. Self-sacrifice is another name. You're all alike the way you live. Your motto is, don't ask questions, give. You're off. Quick, loot. Pack up what you've got. Do you think we are welcome here? We are not.
So be it, magic or no, today we have won the battle. Through the flat plains the enemy flees like frightened cattle. Here stands the empty throne, the traitor's useless prize, making the tent seem small, hung round with tapestries. We, guarded by our own true guards with veneration, like a true emperor, await the envoys of each nation. From every side, glad tidings as from heaven pour down, peace to our realm and glad allegiance to our crown. Yet for the highest praise I look devoutly there, back into my own heart, which formerly was rare. A prince may waste his reign when youth's delights begin it, but years will make him heed the unforgiving minute.
Receive the heartfelt thanks of all men at this hour. You make us strong and sure, assuring your own power.
And so I now dismiss you, that this glorious day be spent in solemn thought. Let each man think and pray.
Sire. As Chancellor, I am gone. As Bishop, I stay here. A spirit of solemn warning drives me to your ear. In my paternal heart, fear for your safety gnaws.
Fear? In this hour of joy? Lord Bishop, what's the cause?
With what a bitter grief I find on this occasion your hallowed head in league with the satanic persuasion. Though seemingly you are assured of your imperial hope, alas, in mockery of God and Father Pope, who, when he learns of this, will quickly overwhelm with holy vengeance you and your sinful realm. Admit your victory, flouted heaven, be contrite. Give back to Mother Church at once a moderate might. That Broad Hill district, where you had your GHQ, where evil spirits formed a league to rescue you, and your susceptible ear was lent the Prince of Lies, regenerate, grant that ground to sacred enterprise. With mountains and thick woods, yes, right into the distance, with foothills green and lush to give our sheep subsistence, and clear lakes rich in fish and brooks innumerable, whose quick meanderings descend into the vale, and the broad vale itself, with fief and field and garden. Let your contrition speak, and you, sire, shall find pardon.
My heavy fault has plunged my heart so deep in fright. Take it, and draw your own limits as you think right.
First, then, that desecrate spot where sin contrived to unnerve us, proclaim it straightway devoted to God's service. So quickly in my mind I see strong walls aspire. The glance of the rising sun already lights the choir. The building grows, the transept into a cross deploy. The nave extends and towers to give believers joy. And while in ardent faith they throng the lofty door, through hill and vale rings out a bell, not heard before. From the high towers it sounds, which force their way to heaven. The penitents arrive to find their sins forgiven. That day, so great, so near, pray God, of consecration, will find your presence, sire, its greatest decoration.
Amen. May this great work lead a pious congregation to praise the Lord, and so give me my expiation. Enough!
I feel my soul already soars on high.
As Chancellor now, I ask one last formality.
A form of transfer. You, as the transferee, define it in the Church's name. And I, as transferor, will sign it.
Item. This work requires from you, sire, as its betterer, your land dues and in toto, tithes, rents, rates, etc., forever. It costs cash, its decent preservation, and overheads attend careful administration. Even to build it soon on such a desert site, out of your priceless loot, requires a golden mite. Moreover, we shall need, I make, sire, a clean breast of it, brought from a distance, timber, lime, slates, all the rest of it. Transport, the folk won't leave the pulpit in the lurch. The Church will bless the man who lives to serve the Church.
The sin that burdens me is heavy and extensive. Yes, those damned sorcerers I found the most expensive.
Excuse me, sire, but you assign that infamous man the seashore of the realm. He must expect our ban, unless, to prove repentance, you bestow thereto on Holy Church all kinds and types of revenue.
But the land is not yet there. It lies leagues out at sea.
With right and patience, time is all men's guarantee. We trust your word. We trust your strong hand at the helm.
It would be simpler, perhaps, to sign away the realm.
The same bleak shore, the same grey sea as when that kindly couple rescued me. Yes! It's them, the shady lindens, grown so old and yet so strong. And I chance again to find them after wandering so long. Yes, it is the same old sanctuary. There's the hut which sheltered me, tossed upon those sand dunes yonder by the angry, stormy sea. And that old couple, quick to help me. I'd like to bless my hosts again. Talk of meeting me today. They were old already then. Ah, but they were kindly people. Shall I knock or call? Lucky man, if today, still hospitable, they still extend a helping hand.
Welcome, dear stranger. But quietly, please, for my husband's sake. Long sleep helps him to keep active in the short time he's awake.
Old mother, tell me, is it really you?
Mm-hmm.
At last can man and wife now be thanked for what they once did to save a young man's life? Are you Baucis, then so busy to fill a half-dead mouth with food? Are you Philemon, then so sturdy to save my treasures from the flood? Yours the quickly kindled beacon, yours the silver-sounding bell. My life was in your hands that night, and you safeguarded it so well.
Oh, yes, yes.
And now, let me walk out yonder, look upon the boundless sea, there to kneel and pray. My heart feels so full it troubles me.
Hurry now, Baucis, and lay the table where the garden flowers are bright. I will walk along with you and show you an unexpected sight. That which savaged you so fiercely, waves on waves of foaming green, here you see, become a garden, altered to a heavenly scene. Already old, I could not lend a hand as in my younger days, and my powers were at an end before the waves were far away. Clever people's daring servants dug their dikes and dammed them high, whittling down the sea's dominion to usurp its mastery. Look, green meadow after meadow, pasture garden, village, wood. Oh, but the sun is almost setting. Come and eat. You'll find it good.
Yes, it was a miracle, all right, though I'm still upset by it today, for the way it all was done was not the right and proper way.
Oh, can the Emperor have sinned, granting him that fief of strand? Did a herald with a trumpet not proclaim it round the land?
Oh, day in, day out, the din of workmen, pick and shovel, slog and slam, where at night the sparks were flying, stood next day a brand new dam. Human victims must have bled. At night we listened to their cries, fireflies streaming to the sea. The next day a canal would rise. Godless man he is. He covets our poor hovel and our wood. To this overweening neighbour, everyone must be subdued.
All the same, we have his offer.
No.
Find new property elsewhere.
Do not trust that water level. Go higher up. It's safer there.
Let us move on to the chapel and quietly watch the last of day. Trusting in our Father's God, let us ring the bell and pray.
The sun is sinking. The last ships are sailing blithely into port. A sailing barge on the canal will reach us soon. Its journey's short.
Oh, that damned ringing. All too shameful, it wounds me like a stab in the back. Before my eyes, my realm is endless. Behind, I'm vexed by what I lack, reminding me with spiteful ringing my great possessions are not sound. The linden plot, the wooden cabin, the crumbling church are not my ground. And if I think of being buried there, strange shadows fill my heart with fear. Thorn in the eyes, and thorn in the foot. I wish I were far away from here.
The brightly decked out barge is caught by a sharp breeze, which blows it into port. And as it speeds, it towers on high, chests, crates, and sacks to reach the sky.
Here we are, Lord Faust, back from our voyage, loaded with booty we've been able to forage. You see how we have spent our days, content to win your lordship's praise. We went out with 2 ships, no more, and we're in harbour with a score. The sea demands quick nerve and grip. You net a fish or catch a ship, no need to know much navigation. War, trade, and piracy are one inseparable combination.
A word of welcome or of thanks.
Anyone would think our cargo stank.
You needn't count on more reward. You had your share while still on board.
That was just a token.
But we all demand an equal cut.
Take the booty to the house. Count the loot he gathers from us. Once he sees that total haul, he'll be pleased with one and all. He'll surely not be stingy then. He'll feast the fleet and feast again.
All right. Come on then, let's get this lot inside. But if he doesn't show his thanks, woe betide.
My lord. With austere brow, with frowning glance, you greet your latest vast advance. Crowning your high sagacity, your shore is reconciled to sea. Admit, then, from your palace here, your arms embrace the earthly sphere. From here we started on this track. Here stood your first poor wooden shack. From here, moreover...
This damned here. It's that which makes my spirits drear. That aged couple should have yielded. I want the lindens in my grip, since these few trees that are denied me prevent my worldwide ownership. Over there I planned a panorama, a platform built from bough to bough to give my eye a distant prospect of all that I have done till now. Our soul is most severely on the rack when amidst plenty we feel what we lack. That linden scent, that clanging bell, engulf me like a funeral pall.
Naturally, such a nagging pain must fill your life with gall. It's plain to everyone. Your cultured ear must find this tinkling vile to hear, mingling in all things that befall, from baptism to burial, as if between that ding and dong life were a dream that had gone wrong.
Their obstinacy is perverse. Instead of triumphing, I curse my hollow victory and feel I must abandon patience. Stop being just.
Why these scruples, then? Your vocation has long meant shifts of population.
Then go and shift them both at once. You know the pretty little residence I'll give them if they show good sense.
First you evict them, then rehouse them. Why, before they know it, they're home and dry. A fine new homestead in due course atones them for our use of force. His lordship's orders, good news. It's all set. Tomorrow there's a seaman's banquet.
The old man welcomed us like beasts.
It's no more than he owes us. Feasts.
A tale long past is told again. Will Faust meet Naboth's sticky end?
Foreseeing begotten, my sight, my employ, and sworn to the watchtower, the world gives me joy. I gaze in the distance, I mark in the near, the moon and the planets, the woods and the deer. So find I in all things eternal delight. The more that they please me, am pleased to have sight. O eyes, what has reached you so gladly aware? Whatever its outcome, at least it was fair. What a gruesome spectacle threatens the world at this dark hour. Glancing sparks I see in fountains through the linden's double night. Burrowing onward, fanned by breezes, ever stronger glows the light. Look! The hut, once damp and mossy, crackles as the flames jump out. There's a call for quick assistance. No one's there to put them out. Oh, that old and kindly couple, once so careful about fire, smothered now in smoke and cinders. How terrible! Burnt as on a funeral pyre. Blaze on blaze, and glowing red stands that black and lichen flame. If they could break out from that hell of crazy flame, little lightnings tonguing, twisting, climb through leaf and bough, insisting. Dried up branches burn and flicker, one quick flare and down they fall. Can my eyes bear this? Must I be so far-sighted after all? Now the little church collapses, under falling bough on bough. In a swirl of pointed flames, the treetops are on fire by now. To their roots the hollow tree trunks glow, empurpled in their glow. That which once enticed my vision, gone like ages long ago. Oh.
What is this whimpering above me? Pity, remorse, both come too late. My watchman sobs. My heart resents an action so precipitate. Yet, though the lindens are reduced to half-charred trunks burnt through, in their place I can put a gazebo to gaze out at the distant view. There I see, too, that fine new dwelling which would enfold that aged pair, who, grateful for my generous forethought, can spend their last days happily there.
At a full gallop, riding strong, excuse us if our plan went wrong. We knocked and beat upon the door, and when they didn't answer, knocked some more.
We went on knocking, rattled it, the rotten door gave way and split. We shouted angry threats at once, but still we met with no response.
There was an open window we shouted through. They could have heard us if they wanted to, but we refused to brook delay. We quickly dragged them both away.
The pain they felt was only slight. They fell down dead at once from fright.
The stranger, hidden in the hut, who wished to fight, we knocked him out.
And in that short but savage fight, the scattered fire coals set alight some straw, and that quick-spreading fire now gives all three one funeral pyre.
Did you then turn deaf ears to me? I meant exchange, not robbery. That willful act, so wild, perverse, I condemn. And you who plotted it, I curse.
The word rings out, the ancient word. When violence speaks, she's gladly heard. Then men find sufficient right to take house, goods, and self, and lay their stake.
The stars conceal their light, and now the fire sinks down and glimmers low. A shivery breeze, still fanning it, covers me here with smoke and grit. Quickly ordered, too quickly done. What shadowy shapes come drifting on out of the smoke towards my room, darkening the midnight hour with bitter gloom?
They call me want.
They call me death.
They call me dread.
They call me need. The door is locked and we cannot get in. Nor do we want to. There's wealth within.
That makes me a shadow.
That makes me naught. The pampered never spare me a thought.
My sisters, you cannot and may not get in. But the keyhole there lets dread creep in.
Come, grey sisters, away from here.
Debt at your side as close as fear, and need at your heels as close as breath. Drifting cloud and vanishing star, look yonder, from far, from far. He's coming, our brother, he's coming. Death.
Wherefore came here? Only 3 go hence. I heard them speak. I could not catch the sense. An echoing word resembling breath, and a dark rhyme word followed. Death. A hollow, muffled, spectral sound to hear. Not yet have I fought my way out to the air. All magic. If only I could spurn it. All incantation, once for all unlearn it. To face you, nature, a man among men. Would be worth it to be human then, as I once was before I probed the hidden and cursed my world and self with words forbidden. But now such spectredom so throngs the air that none knows how to dodge it, none knows where. Though one day greet us with the rational gleam, the night entangles us in webs of dream. We come back happy from the fields of spring, and the bird croaks. Croaks what? Some evil thing. Enmeshed in superstition, night and morn, it forms and shows itself and comes to warn. And we, so scared, stand without friend or kin. And the door creaks, and nobody comes in. Anyone here?
The answer should be clear.
And you? Who are you, then?
I am simply here.
Take yourself off.
This is where I belong.
Take care, Faust. Speak no magic spell, be strong.
Though to me no ear would hearken, echoes through the heart must darken. Changing shape from hour to hour, I employ my savage power. On the road or on the sea, constant fearful company. Never looked for, always found, cursed, but flattered by the sound. Dread. Have you never met with dread?
I have only galloped through the world, and clutched each lust and longing as I sped. What did not please me, I let go. What flowed away, I let it flow. I have only felt, only fulfilled desire, and once again desired, and thus with power have stormed my way through life, first great and strong, now moving sagely, prudently along. This earthly circle I know well enough, but from anything beyond we are cut off. Only a fool turns that way, his dazzled eye seeking out his double in the sky. He should look about him, not stray beyond. A clever man can make this world respond. To roam into eternity is vain. What he perceives he can attain. Thus let him walk along his earth-long day. Though phantoms haunt him, let him go his way. And moving on, to joy and pain assent, he at each moment always discontent.
Whomsoever I possess finds the world mere nothingness. Gloom descends on him forever, seeing sunrise, sunset, never. Though his senses are not wrong, darknesses within him throng, who of all that he may own, never owns himself alone. Luck, ill luck become but fancy, starving in the midst of plenty. Be it rapture, be it sorrow, he postpones it till tomorrow. Fixed upon futurity, can never really come to be.
Stop! Nothing can touch me of all that nonsense you have said. Go away! Your evil litany could make a wise man's brain go dead.
Let him come or go, he'll find that he can't make up his mind. Halfway down his destined way, starts to stumble, grope and sway, ever deeper lost and thwarted, seeing all things more distorted, burden to himself and others, who takes breath and breathing smothers. if not smothered, yet not living, not revolted, not self-giving. Endless round he must pursue it, painful leave it, hateful do it. Freedom now harsh constraint, broken sleep that leaves him faint, bind him to his one position, and prepare him for perdition.
You outcast phantoms, thus 1,000 times you lead the human race into illusion. Even tolerable days you thus transform to nets of torment, nightmares of confusion. Demons, I know, are hard to exorcise. Their ghostly gripping bonds man cannot sever. But you, dread, your power that creeps and grows, I shall not recognize it ever.
Then feel it now, as leaving you this final curse on you I cast. The human race are blind their whole life through. Now, Faust, you be blind at last.
The night seems pressing in more thickly. Yet in my inmost heart, a light shines clear. What I have planned, I must complete it quickly. Only the master's word is valid here. Up and to work, my men, each man of you, and bring my bold conception to full view. Take up your tools and toil with pick and spade. What has been outlined must at once be made. Good order, active diligence ensure the fairest recompense. For the vast work to be completed, 1,000 hands need one clear head.
Come on, come in. Come in, you gangling gang of lemurs, you half-alives patched up with thin sinews and skulls and femurs, with phantom features and a ghostly grin.
You call us?
Here we are, at hand.
And, as we understand it,
we stand to win a stretch of land intended as our mandate.
Our pointed
staves,
already,
and our measuring chain.
as well.
But why you called on us, we fear, is something we cannot recall.
This job needs no artistic flair, and just let each one's nature guide him. Let the tallest of you lie full length down there. You others, prize away the turf beside him. As for your forebears, long asleep, dig out an oblong, long and deep. To narrow house from palace hall is such a stupid way to end it all.
When I was young and lived and loved, I thought the taste of life was sweet. In the happy dance of youth, I would turn and twirl my feet. But sneaking age has raised his crutch and knocked me down. I stumbled over the door of the grave. Why is it open now? Why is it open now?
Oh, how this clink of spades delights me, for that is my conscripted labour. The earth is now her own good neighbour, and sets the waves a boundary as rigid as it's rigorous.
And yet you've only toiled for us with all your damming, all your diking, spreading a feast to Neptune's liking, to glut that water demon's maw. In all respects you're lost and stranded. The elements with us have banded. Annihilation is the law.
Foreman!
Here.
Use every means you can. Bring all your gangs up and induce them. Threaten them if you like, or seduce them. But pay, or woo, or force each man. And day by day send word to me assessing how my intended earthworks are progressing.
The word today, from what I've heard, is not intended, but interred. Poor Faust, his blindness makes him see a very different kind of activity. Whilst he thinks the shovels save his reputation, in fact, they dig his grave.
A swamp along the mountain's flank makes all my previous gains contaminate. My work, if I could drain this sink, would culminate as well as terminate, to open to the millions living space, not danger-proof, but in a safer place. Green fields and fruitful, man and cattle hiving upon this newest earth at once, and thriving, settled at once beneath this sheltering hill heaped by the workman's brave and busy skill. Such a heavenly land behind this hedge, the sea beyond may bluster to its edge, and as it nibbles at the earthwork down below, with one accord they rush to staunch the flow. Yes, wedded to this concept like a wife, I call this wisdom's final form. The only way to earn your freedom and your life is when you have to take them every day by storm. Thus, those who live beset by dangers here, as child, man, old man, spend many a busy year, the joy of seeing such activity, treading free ground with people that are free. Then I could say to the passing minute, stand still. You're so exquisite. The traces of my earthly days can never disappear in the eons forever. And I, who feel ahead such heights of bliss, at last enjoy my highest moment. This.
Take him, lemurs, lay him to rest. Death will make him a most welcome guest. By no joy sated, filled by no success, still whoring after shapes that flutter past, this last ashen moment of sheer emptiness, the poor man yearns to hold it fast. He who withstood me with such strength, time masters him, and here he lies his length. The clock stands still.
Stands still like midnight. Silent. Stilled. Its hand drops down.
Drops down. It is fulfilled.
It is gone by.
Gone by? A stupid phrase. Why say gone by? Gone by? Pure nothing, complete monotony. What use these cycles of creation when all the creatures suffer is negation? It is gone by, and we can draw the inference. If it had not been, it would make no difference. The wheel revolves the same, no more, no less. I should prefer eternal emptiness.
Oh, who has built the house so small, with spade and shovel rough?
For you, grey guest, in hempen shroud, that house is grand enough.
No chair or table in the hall? Who furnished it so meagre?
The loan was only for a time. The creditors are eager.
Here lies the corpse, and if the soul attempts to flee, as once I show the bonds, the blood sign scroll. Though now, alas, they have so many means to treat the devil of a soul, our old procedure gives offence, our new has not yet found endorsement. Once I'd have managed it alone. Now I must look for reinforcement. Come up, you devils! Make it double quick! You straight-horned peers and crooked horns as well, you bold and sterling devil stock, come up and bring with you the jaws of hell. The eyed teeth gape, the throat's enormous vault spews out a raging fiery flow, and through the smoking cyclone of the gullet I see the infernal city's eternal glow. It's quite enough to make the sinner quake, and yet they think it all a dream, a fake. Now, devils, watch this body. How does it seem? See, if you see a phosphorescent gleam, that is the little soul, Psyche with wings. Pull out her wings and it's a stinking worm. I'll set my stamp on her with my own seal, then toss away her carcass into the fiery storm. Come, claw and comb the air, strain every nerve to catch her, though she flutter, though she swerve. Living corporeally is now a strain. The genius is about to leave the brain. Discords, I hear a filthy strumming tumbling down from the sky with the unwelcome day. That is the angels' boyish, girlish fumbling. Their canting taste likes it to sound that way. You know how we, in hours of deep damnation, have schemed annihilation for mankind. What wins those angels' veneration is the greatest stigma we could find. They act so hypocritically and mealy-mouthed. They fight us back with our own weapons. They, too, are devils in disguise. Defeat today would make our disgrace eternal. So, stand around the grave and stand infernal!
Roses so cooling, fragrance so soothing, watering peacefully, healing invisibly. Where blossoms have been, buds not yet seen, hasten to bloom. Green and in purple, spring must come. Carry your heaven into the afternoon.
Duck and squirm, is that our wonting hell? Stand fast and let them strew their roses! Get to your posts, you fools, and guard them well! With a bunch of flowers, the enemy proposes to cool off overheated devils, but if you breathe on them, they'll melt and shrivel. So, puff, you blow fiends! Stop! Stop! Your fumes are bleaching the whole fight and crop. Don't blow so hard. Muscle your chops and noses. I swear you've overblown those roses. Your licks of flame have more than served their turn. They're shriveled up, they're browned, they're dry, they burn. Bright flames of poison pelt on us already in close formation, devils. Steady. Steady! What lost heart already? Your strength burns low. These flowers have a most undevilish glow.
Blooms of your blessedness, flames of your joyfulness. Love inspires them, happiness fires them. Oh, we could hopes of eternity, planets of verity, heavens of clarity, eons of
Damn and blast this holy crew! My Satans are in such a stew they're turning cartwheels in their path and tumbling arse up into hell. I hope you like your well-earned sulphur bath. I stand my ground and damn the smell.
What you cannot respect, you must reject. What you detest, you must resist. Lightnings may dart on us, we must have heart in us. Lovers can only be rescued by love.
My head's aflame, liver and heart aflame. A super devilish element? Compared to this, hellfire itself is tame. That's why you're making such a fuss, you luckless lovers who look down on us and strain your necks to watch your sweethearts pass. Me too. What draws my head in that direction? I, their sworn enemy? Is this defection? To see them once was agony or worse, as something alien entered me completely. To see the flower of youth affects me now so sweetly. I want to curse them, but what chokes the curse? And if I let them now befool me, whom can the future call a fool? Oh, these dashing fellows, though I hate them, inspire a longing that I cannot overrule. Beautiful children, must I not infer that you, like me, are kin to Lucifer? With every look you seem more dear. More dear. Oh, come near, angels. Glance on me. Come near.
See, we approach. Why do you shrink away? We come. If you can face us, well then, stay.
Look, the damned flames are out that caused my fall. Now I become myself, and curse you one and all.
Light of creation, Faust it embraces, binds all the graces, found in salvation, praising in unity.
But what is this? Where have they moved away to? Huh? You juveniles, to take me by surprise, flying off heavenwards and with my prey too. They nibbled at this grave to win this prize, wresting from me a great and matchless treasure, that noble soul which gave me right of seizure. They filched by throwing rose dust in my eyes. Who is there now to lend an ear to my wrong, restore my hard-earned right? You have been hoaxed, so late in your career, too. It's your own fault. You're in a desperate plight. Such gross mismanagement, outrageous. Such a great outlay squandered. Oh, the shame. Erotic folly, vulgar lust, contagious to a devil old at the game. Experience has indulged its appetite on such a childish, foolish level. When all is said, it's not a pretty sight to see such nincompoops outwit the devil.
Rapture which yearns ever, love bond which burns ever, pain in me seething up, love of God foaming up, arrows pierce through me, and lances subdue me, and clubs leave no form in me, thunderstorms storm in me, that now the nothingness drown all in emptiness, one constant star must shine, kernel of love divine.
As at my feet a craggy chasm weighs on a deeper chasm's prop, as streams in thousands flow and sparkle towards the dread rapid's foaming drop, as with its own strong urge the tree trunk climbs up the air, erect and tall, even so is that almighty love which all things forms and fosters all. Around me here a frantic rushing makes wood and cleft a stormy sea, yet full of love the water's fullness roars as it plumbs the cavity, ordained to straightway feed the valley. The thunderbolt which crashed in flame to cleanse the air, which bore within it poison and evil mists, these same are messengers of love, announcing what round us moves and makes. May that light kindle too within me, where the cold spirit gropes and quakes, self-racked in body's bonds of dullness, riveted fast in chains that smart. O God, have mercy on my thoughts, give light to my impoverished heart.
Tell us, Father, where we wander. Tell us, good one, who we are. All of us are happy.
Innocents, who, born at midnight with half-opened soul and brain, were at once your parents' loss, were at once the angels' gain, that a living man is present that you feel, so draw you near. Though earth's rugged ways are barred you, alien to your happy sphere, climb up then into my eyes, organ-matching world and earth. See this region using mine for the eyes you lost at birth.
Yes, that is a mighty prospect, but too sad the world
ascend to higher circles, ever grow invisibly, as God's presence makes you stronger through eternal purity. It is this which feeds the spirit, rules the heights of revelation, window into love eternal, opening upon salvation.
When soul's dynamic force has drawn up matter into itself, then no angel could shatter the bonds of that two-ness, the oneness that tied it. Eternal love alone knows to divide it. Close round the mountain top, to my perceiving, moves like a mere spiritual living. Those clouds are turning bright. I see a sainted flight. Children unmeshed from meshes of earth they fly. Being refreshed from heaven's rebirth, they bask in sleep. Faust to begin to rise, to silence paradise with them must Let the cocoon which is round him be broken, great, fair. How soon he is heaven awoken.
Here is the prospect free, spirit uplifting. Yonder go women's shapes over me drifting, and wreathed in her 7 bright stars they attend her, the high queen of heaven. I gaze on her splendor. Highest empress of the world, let these blue and sacred light clouds enlacing circle her splendor. These are the penitent women, a tender race. At thy knee, sipping the air, they call upon thee. Those whom frailty breaks are hard to save, if ever. Who can burst the bonds of lust through his own endeavor? Do not sliding gradients cause sudden slips? What maiden is not fooled by flattering glance, tokens, flattery laden?
Mary in soaring to kingdoms eternal, hear our imploring. Thou beyond rival, fount of survival. By my love which mingled tears with balm to bathe his feet, revering him thy son, now God transfigured, when the Pharisees were jeering. By that vessel which so sweetly spilt its perfumed wealth profusely, by my hair which dried those holy limbs around them falling loosely,
by the well where Father Abram watered once his flocks when marching, by the bucket once allowed to touch and cool Christ's lips when parching, by that pure and generous source which now extends its irrigation, over-brimming, ever crystal, flowing through the whole creation.
By that more than sacred garden where they laid the Lord to rest, by the arm which from the portal thrust me back with stern behest, by my 40 years' repentance served out in a desert land, by the blessed word of parting which I copied in the sand.
Thou, who to most sinning women thy dear presence ne'er deniest, raising us repentant women to eternity's the highest, make to this good soul concession, only once misled by pleasure, to a never dreamt transgression, grant Gretchen pardon in her measure.
Gretchen, Gretchen, uniquely tender, thou queen of splendor, thy visage render benign towards my felicity. My love of old, he is now consoled, he comes back to me. By choirs of noble souls surrounded, this new one scarcely feels his soul, can scarcely sense this life unbounded, yet feels at once his heavenly role. See how he sheds the earthly leaven, tears off each shroud of old untruth, and from apparel woven in heaven shines forth his pristine power of youth. Mary, grant me to instruct him, dazzled as yet by this new day.
Come then, to higher spheres conduct him, divining you, he knows the way.
All you tender penitents gaze on her who saves you. Thus you change your lineaments, and salvation laves you. To her feet each virtue crawl. Let her will transcend us. Virgin, Mother, Queen of all, Goddess, still befriend us.
All that is past of us was but refracted. All that was lost in us here is enacted. The inexpressible here we describe.